Hello, 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 hello. Ugh. Got a little that that weirdness in my throat that makes my voice sound weird. You know, me crime. It is true. Double crime. That's when there's two crime that happen, and that's illegal. Welcome in, Double. How is your Morgan Monday going so far? Hope you are having a good time. Good gaming day. Full of gaming. Full of gaming. How's the snow? I don't think I got any. I didn't look outside because I am a hermit. So like either I lived or I died. I don't know. Schrodinger's blizzard. It either happened or it didn't, and no one can know until I look outside. Full of gay men. Exactly. I'm glad you understand what sort of vibe we've got going on here. Speaking of gay people, of the devil. Go ahead and hop on over. I didn't set that up correctly because I am stupid. Okay. Hey, there we go. Of the devil. Gay women. That's when there's women and they're gay about it. Gay them. So true. Okie dokie. All right, just making sure all my things are clear. Everyone's okay. All right. Let's hop in. Happy Morgan Monday. Happy Morgan Monday to you too, Vanilla. All right. Let's continue. Last we left off, we're still investigating the crime scene because I got really tired because it was very long backlog. Anyways, we got back to Morgan's apartment. Icaria, Blue Blood, Megs, Orcas, dirty cops and criminal informants. Lines drawn back and forth across a battlefield like a spider suspension bridge. Dizzying in its complexity, frail along any given strand. But one wrong move and you're completely ensnared. Priorities. The Ikari don't care about who tore through Creek's gang, but they would prefer Sosuke doesn't spend life in prison for killing a cop. The Blue Bloods want to tear Sosuke's throat out, but if Han's taken at her word, they're settling for 5 counts of murder. Can I take Han at her word? Is she a Youngblood like Creek, or is she with the old guard? Could I have asked London that? If I had, could I have trusted his answer? Because it turns out Kasim London is much, much harder to read than I anticipated. And I can't even trust my client acting in his own self-interest. The man's a bodyguard by trade and a zealot for his house. The trial starts tomorrow. Do I still need more information? Is there time to find it? No, what I need right now is a nightcap. If I can't fall asleep, then I'll know I'm in trouble. Until then, guess sleep will have to wait. Knock, knock, open up the door. Do we know why she's a criminal attorney? Yeah. There's a couple of people there's a couple of people here who can attest to the fact that she's a criminal attorney. This guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy. They can all attest to why she's a criminal attorney. Because she wants to. All right, let's go through the evidence, because we didn't really go through the evidence. We got the broken bat. A cheap wooden bat used to bludgeon Trey's skull post-mortem. Splintered beyond repair during the bludgeoning. Fingerprint analysis proved inconclusive, returning only partials. It was barring Sosuke from exiting the other room before he used it to destroy Trey's eyes, but no one else knows that, and I have no way of informing them. What a pain. The cut bindings. Hardy cloth bindings found inside the room where Sosuke was held, stiff with dried blood and clearly cut with something sharp. The Dark Card. A physical card key that begins the authentication process for accessing funds located in a cryptographically secure account. Without the fingerprint of the owner and their 24-digit passcode, the card alone is functionally useless. Forensics show that all of the fingerprints have been wiped off of it at some point. Recovered at the crime scene, stuck in the card reader of a datapad. And the reason I had to take my gloves off in the first place is because of this useless piece of plastic. A Mag US, a short barrel maglev firearm recovered from the scene of the crime. Registered to Anchor 10, aka Tanks, found on Sosuke Ikaria's person when he was arrested by Officer Rogers. Fingerprint analysis shows that Sosuke Ikaria gripped it in his left hand. No one else's fingerprints are present. Modified to an illegal extent, the slugs fired detonate after penetrating the target, increasing lethality, and the gun leaves no digital traces, tags, from when or where it was fired. Horribly gaudy, but got the job done. Last I saw it, I'd left it in Sosuke's waistband. Needles! Hypodermic needles, projectile needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was being held. The contents within matched the non-lethal anesthetics found in Sosuke's bloodstream at the time of the arrest, though other needles were found containing stimulants and drugs commonly marketed as truth serums. Red ink. Documents found at the scene of the crime, mostly blotted out by the blood coming from Chopin's corpse. Apparently contained confidential information of high value, but only the occasional page number, graphic, or name can be spotted. Snippets include, page 21, orders were required for expansion of eminent domain with proper... Page 3045, payments to support of 403. Re-election in long to push for the colloquially referred to as the lower 492. Beat vote upcoming. Stress the importance. OPSEC at the highest level. Oh, shit. Councilman Long? You mean the councilman from Chapter 1 or Chapter 0 who's in charge of the Canopy Project? And this whole redistribution, this whole like rebuilding, reorganization, restructuring thing for like building we had the article about it. Atlas Pillar Rejuvenation Projects. Yeah. And yeah. Fascinating. I wonder if there's some sort of corporate corruption happening here. Anyway, Sosuke's sword. Blade ripped and found at the scene of the crime, impaled into the torso of victim Tariq Chopin. The steel is chipped at several points, especially the tip. Fingerprints on the handle match the right hand of Sosuke Ikaria. The right hand of Sosuke Ikaria. So he's a righty. So him using the left hand to shoot a gun wouldn't make sense. We don't really care about him getting off of the Blue Bloods murders, just the cop murder. Anyways, blood residue at various points of the blade matches the DNA of victims Chopin, Miller, and Trey. Another murder weapon I had to wipe prints off before taking my leave. It was indulgent trying to take Trey's head off. Wasn't my only indulgence either. I must have gotten Miller's blood on the blade tip when I dragged it across the floor. Sound system. The sound system found at the scene of the crime, according to the arts, the system was still playing music loudly by the time the crime scene text started scanning the environment. It was really giving me a headache when I turned it off. Didn't enjoy having to turn it back on before I left, just to leave no trace. Alright, now who is this? It's unlocked. Ooh, hello? Pardon me for dropping in at such a late hour, Counselor Morgan. Standing there in my doorway, she cut through the light like a blade of spilt ink. But twice as sharp, and not nearly as familiar. It's outside of normal consultation hours, miss. She purses her lips, like lily petals shying away from the moonlight. What's a smirk by any other name? Please, call me Mire. Any last name, Mire? The question floats in the air like curling cigarette smoke. I could tell she was used to the smell. I'll leave that up to your imagination. Self-assured and unapologetic, the unspoken family name loud as a signature. Written in blood. You're from House Ikaria. Might I step inside? She blinks, her head turns a millimeter. A forked tongue testing the temperature of the air. Why is she being so poetic in her inner monologue? There's a pretty lady, Vanilla. What do you want her to do? She wasn't asking for permission. Just you? What about your friends in the hallway? She raises an eyebrow but keeps staring at the floor. She's surprised at my perception of the unseen threat, but not quite impressed. I don't think they need to join us, do you? She was the kind of woman to make you remember. Also, this is Morgan. As much as she hates to admit it, she grew up on noir shit. Like noir cyberpunk bullshit. There's a reason she knows exactly what Sarah was expecting from the courtroom, and that's because in Morgan's heart of hearts, she wants to be Humphrey Bogart, as much as she was making fun of Sarah for him. Anyways. Smoking could kill. Okay. I was gonna say, is the entire thing gonna be in black and white? But no, the color faded back in. I think that would have been a very interesting artistic choice to go, okay, you know what? Whenever Morgan and Mireille are in the same fucking room together, guess what? It's black and white, baby. That's what we're doing here. Femme fatale and the hard-boiled detective. All right. How can I be of service, Mireille? You're already being quite accommodating, both to me and my family's interests. I came here tonight to be of service to you. I understand that you're somewhat new to this underworld of ours. I'm grateful for the offer, Mireille, but inexperienced as I am, I've gathered that House Ikaria didn't come into its fortune by being generous. Would you like to know how House Ikaria did come into its fortune? I know you operate a lending corporation with a significantly diversified portfolio. Yes, the good old IFG, the public face of the Ikaria criminal empire, clean-shaven as it's become. And? I know you founded a pharmaceutical company and profited immensely when it went public. And before that, I know your family became nobility during the years of civil unrest. I like that she's flashing back to the people who are giving her this information. Good on you, Morgan. Crediting your sources. No doubt by being well positioned when the time came to reprivatize our nation's industries. Yes. And before that? I know you slaughtered the Blue Bloods 30 years ago. Very good, Counselor Morgan. You've acclimated to our waters remarkably fast. What I don't know is why Makoto Ikaria has been the target of multiple kidnapping attempts over the past year. You can't fathom a guess as to why the Blue Bloods might want to ransom the family's heir? That's the only guess I can make. It strikes me as shallow. Nothing more dangerous than waters you don't know the depth of. As you said, 30 years ago, the Ikaria cartel, an unrecognizable band of brutes and drug smugglers compared to today, massacred the respectable Blue Bloods and left their geriatric leadership to die on the vine. But we thrust the knife much deeper than that. Uh-oh. Oh no. You remember how last time the old guard were waiting for some heir to the original Blue Bloods to come back? They thought they might have escaped. Did they take Makoto? Is Makoto a stolen baby? Is this Fire Emblem Fates again? God damn it. You went after their heirs? And their entire future. Are you familiar with genetic factor authentication? Using DNA as a password? Blood, specifically. Easier than memorizing a string 3 billion characters long. But GFA's fallen out of favor, hasn't it? Genetic factor authentication is a password security system wherein a live blood sample is provided in combination with a username and passkey in order to complete verification. GFA can only be conducted in person with the sample acquired by a trained on-site professional. Because of the physical realities of the verification process itself, Are you aware of with me using Stardust to throw rocks? I am aware, Monokuma. I am aware. God damn it. This fucking bear that I hate. Hi, Monokuma. Welcome in. Ah, God damn it. The blood. The blood. Yeah, I'm okay. GFA is considered cryptographically secure. It cannot be bypassed or hacked in any traditional sense. While some security systems and cryptographic algorithms incorporate biological elements in one or more ways, GFA, as it was originally developed, has gone largely unadopted throughout the business world. Few corporations are interested in tying information or resources to specific bloodlines, as opposed to specific groups, and the verification process itself is inconvenient for most while totally unusable for anyone working remotely. 6767, you are now authenticated. Yeah, 67. Whose emote is that? Kumamo, I see. GFA is still offered, however, at some of the most prestigious and secure banks in the world, and families with particularly long lineages have been known to favor GFA for what are effectively symbolic reasons. Kumo, she's a friend of Kaede. Gotcha. Okay, Kumo. Because GFA remains accessible to any past or future offspring of the initial registries, it is sometimes offered as a wedding or baby shower gift for couples intending to set up trusts. Users also frequently search for how to change lost password fast. Yeah, they do search for that. Anyways, the Blue Bloods made ample use of it back then. A bad bet. They already had all their offshore accounts, business titles, property deeds. The Blue Bloods thought they'd already won, that they were establishing a dynasty. So as they made their political marriages, they bound their alliances and fortunes in literal blood. GFA was both the financial and symbolic laundering of the Blue Bloods' past. Their children, now married, clean-cut, and perfectly respectable, would prosper alongside wealth no longer tainted by ill-gotten gains. But that GFA registry became the Ikaria's checklist. We went through and crossed out anyone that could have accessed those funds. Now all of it sits untouchable overseas in encrypted digital warehouses and some of the oldest, most austere banks in the world, collecting interest that will never be claimed. Does that answer your question as to why they'd target Makoto? No, and you know it doesn't. Because if they thought they could lock you out of your coffers by killing Makoto, they wouldn't be trying to take him alive. You're paying attention. I like that. We don't use GFA, and Makoto is the heir to House Ikaria, to the Ikaria Financial Group. He'd never be tied to our legitimate banking information. Why not? What if he wants to buy a lollipop? A lollipop would be provided for him. Family's black market proceeds and its white market holdings must never mix. You divided your house right down the middle? Pardon the expression, but how can you stand atop the backs of many? And you all take this division that seriously? Deadly serious. That is our family's rule, dating back centuries. Either you serve the house or you serve its interests. Never both. Can't buy your own lollipop? Horrible. So true. Morgan, buy this kid a lollipop. So you're assigned to either the criminal organization, what's registered as the IFG, or to managing the family's legitimate business holdings like Renogen. That means you are nearly as much of an outsider to the Ikaria Financial Group as you are. Nearly is doing a lot of work there. Who do you answer to then? Who controls the Ikaria's legitimate empire? Until Makoto marries his mother. And I take it Makoto isn't solely responsible for the house's affairs at his age? Makoto wields great authority as the heir, but yes, the house is led by his father Raphael, and more directly by his grandfather, our patriarch, Daisuke Ikaria. I see. That puts me back where I started. The Blue Bloods want to hold Makoto hostage to gain leverage on the likes of Daisuke. How can I put this? Had things gone even slightly differently 30 years ago, the Blue Bloods would be the ones shaking hands with politicians, marrying ambassadors, and sitting in boardrooms. Some of them believe it can still be so, if the right match were made. They want to marry into House Ikaria? But Makoto's and all the real Blue Bloods are older than... They'd find an age-appropriate adoption. You're missing the point. They need Makoto alive and well to negotiate that kind of reversal of fortune. They've been trying to capture him for the past year, but every blue blood I met today seemed to care a lot more about getting revenge for their dead men than kidnapping a preteen. How many of them do you think Sosuke's cut down in the last year he spent repelling their attempts? Is that a source of internal conflict? If the old guard are throwing young bloods into an Ikariya shredder en masse trying to capture Makoto just to elevate themselves, I suppose that might all total up to enough motivation for them to torture Sosuke, yeah. I had heard Sosuke was wounded. No one informed me that he had been tortured. You know him, I take it? As you've gathered, Sosuke deals in matters unrelated to my side of the family. But he is still family. Speaking of my side, I have a duty as a representative of my wing of the house to stress that we do not want this trial to be prolonged. The bean counters don't care for the extra attention. That makes sense. Do you care about the outcome? A win is always preferable, but not a necessity. Makoto Ikariya hired me to prove Sosuke's innocence. If he's the one signing the checks... Did he say why he hired you? He hired you for 2 reasons. Reason 1. His options are limited. More limited than he suggested, no doubt, to keep a strong front. The entire house is currently being audited by the state. Our usual legion of lawyers and accountants are already billing hours as fast as they can, so he wouldn't have his pick of the litter. So one half of the family can't talk business at the dinner table with the other half, but you share a pool of lawyers? Lawyers can be trusted to be discreet, can they not? Yeah, we can read between the lines. So then you'll understand reason 2. Whatever lawyer he did find through the Ikariya's usual connections would, like me, do whatever's best for the house as a whole. And not what's best for Sosuke. I'll make an amendment. 3 reasons. Makoto knew that if he didn't assign him any lawyer, Sosuke would just stay silent as the state dragged him off to be chained, rather than inconvenience the house any further. Well, yeah. I've known Sosuke for less than a day, and even I can tell that he's never seen a cross he wouldn't jump at the opportunity to bear. I love the way Morgan speaks. It's so correct and so, built upon metaphor. I love it. It's so correct, you know? It's such a way of, yeah. I'm being snide, I'm being coy, but I'm also twisting a known metaphor in a way that, would do numbers on Tumblr, you know? All right. That explains why Makoto would hire someone without connections to Ikariya. You slow rolling another addendum that'll clear up why on earth my name came across his desk? Littered with crayons and timetables, as I'm sure it was. I hope I've been able to elucidate matters for you, Counselor Morgan. Masterfully subtle way to say we're done talking. Now I might ask you a small favor in return. Pass this message to Sosuke. If you see a way out, take it. You understand what you're asking him to do? Even if Sosuke took a plea bargain, even if I somehow got the other charges reduced to manslaughter, self-defense, the state thinks he killed a cop. The message is for Sosuke, not you. Your interpretation of it is irrelevant. End of conversation. As she reaches the exit, she turns back to look at me, lingering in the doorway like the warm buzz of a strong, dark cocktail. But your assessment is correct. If this were just 4 dead blue bloods, our dim little underworld could balance out the ledger unassisted. If that cop hadn't shown up last night. Do you know something about the late Officer Chopin? City in mourning after death of City Councilman's beloved adoptive son in the line of duty. All I know is that his funeral dirge will make those 4 boys' deaths sound like a disinterested sigh. By the way, I must admit you have a Lovely apartment, counselor. Changing subjects as subtly as a bullet train hopping its tracks. Quite spacious for a defense attorney. Yeah, place wouldn't sell after the tram route got diverted. I negotiated down the rent and then installed all the soundproofing myself. Can't open the windows without being treated to the sounds of the Can't open the windows without being treated to the sounds of the city, then? Always a cost. That's one mystery solved, then, isn't it? Enjoy the rest of your quiet evening, counselor. The door glides to a close behind her, easy as a question left unasked. And left here hanging on a single held breath of stillness. Listening as the deafened thud of her honor guard's implied violence stomps down the hallway behind her. The fakest I don't give a fucker. I was still leaned back in my chair, staring holes into my ceiling, long after the scent of her expensive tobacco had faded into... Savoring it while it lasted was beyond me at the moment. My attention's elsewhere. This case is knotted and twisted like a gnarled oak. Just when I think I found my rhythm, the blade runs dull. Carving is an exercise in patience and vision. You need to start with a clear picture of what you want. I want some answers. But for now, I'll sleep. Tomorrow in court, I'll just have to keep whittling away at the wood until I fashion something halfway usable. And well, if that doesn't work, I'll use a chainsaw. Yeah! I love Morgan. She's such a, she's so, I have all this flowy poetry, all this metaphor, all this, I'm so cool and suave. At the end of the day, I don't give a shit. I have no patience whatsoever. If something doesn't go my way in the acceptable amount of time it would take in my head, I will gut people. I love it. It's great. It's fantastic. She's a walking contradiction, but I get it. You know? All right. Hey, cool kid. Yes, you, trying to look all stoic, staring out the window. Little late to try and look detached after that thing you pulled the other day. So that wasn't a joke? Making that announcement in front of the class? Trying to start a detective club or something? What mysteries? Disappearing cleaning supplies? Books not getting returned to the library? Sounds lame. Well, not like it's your fault. Everything's lame. Good luck finding members. Everyone around here already knows what they're going to do after school. And tomorrow. And next year. They're all staring down the barrel of a lucrative career in telling other companies how to provide web services or whatever the hell this school's supposed to train us for. A lawyer? If you say so, cool kid. Megs will probably have robots doing that by the time you graduate, but sure. Law school's supposed to be hard to get into. You'll need a record that doesn't suck. Getting the club you started shut down because you couldn't get anyone to join probably won't help. Wow, so confident. You really are a cool kid. Fucking people. Ugh. Screw your nihilism. Just because it doesn't matter to you doesn't mean it doesn't matter. Keep your fucking... Fuck off. Fuck off. It's such an arrogant, self-centered, nothing way to live your life. Ugh. And fucking... the thing is, too, it comes from a place where they actually genuinely think they're being helpful. They're not. You're not. You suck. Stop. Anyways. State building. Floor 48. 11:42 a.m. Morgan, please, hold still and relax. This'll be over soon. I thought you were joking about the makeup! I liked the little Sarah that popped up. I clicked a little bit too fast, but she did pop up. She's great. I thought it came from a place of them feeling inferior and hopeless, so they want everyone else to feel the same. They mentioned that Like that's a thing, is that like it the phrasing of what she said was trying to start a club and having it get shut down because you couldn't find anyone to join the club will not look good on your record when you try and get into law school. Your record needs to not suck. This is coming from it's twisted in a Mean Girls way, but the intent at the heart of it is likely, hey, that's I don't understand what you're doing, but if you are going to try and get into law school, you're going to need better than this. The phrasing of it and the meanness it was wrapped in, the disinterest with the actual interest itself, with the subject matter, and Morgan building a detective club and like anything that has to do with any of this, that disinterest and that like mean flavor on top of everything, that's what comes from the nihilism and the hopelessness and the inferiority. But it's that like it's I think that everyone should be homogenized and the same, and we should all do whatever bullshit we're supposed to do, and it doesn't matter because nothing matters. But if you want to do something else, cool, but you're not doing it right. And if you were really going to be like, you can do this, but you have to do it the right way, you know? It's a combination of, I think that everyone should be a certain way, plus you're going in a way that I don't understand and I don't care, and I'm nihilistic and everything sucks and everything's lame. But if you're going to do something I don't understand, you should do it in the way that's expected. There's like some tinge, some base like instinct at the heart of her heart that is saying like, oh, well, like you're trying to be a lawyer, but you know, I don't think you're going to be able to do it if your club fails and you're not good at school, which is a little bit fair. There is like one side of this where Morgan having a bad school record, not being the smartest student, and not being able to get a club started is probably in for a harsh reality check further down the line. But some random fucking classmate from school doesn't need to be the one to tell you that, you know? Anyways. Of course I wasn't joking. A face like yours is invaluable in the courtroom. And you think covering me in concealer and blush and applying eyeliner will help me appeal to what demographic exactly? You know the names of all this stuff? I'm a modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup. I'm perfectly secure in my sexuality, Miss Morgan. Is that your eyebrow gel? Yes. It's cakey. Do you want to do the rest? I think some of the jury might find that his wounds make him look rugged. And furthermore, from an aesthetic perspective, leaving some of his buttons undone will... Excuse me? You're clearly a very devoted martial artist, Sosuke. You should be proud to display your well-defined collarbones as the fruits of your efforts. Just hold still. Appearances matter in the courtroom. 95% of defendants who are ever seen in prison garb at trial are found guilty. So real, Sarah. You can see the curve of his chest. I don't doubt your tactics work, Morgan. My tactics included getting your suit pressed. Do you want me to wrinkle it back up? I just find them unpalatable. Trying to get the jury, these civilians, to pity me is shameful. You're worried about honor? Really? You're already a cybernetic ninja, Sosuke. Don't be a stereotype. Don't call other people stereotypes. He's right, Adonai. And he's more of a cybernetic samurai since he's sworn himself to a wealthy landowning noble. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Young Master Makoto, release my cringe inhibitors. But Sosuke, that's insane! Do it! Boom womp. Ah! I'm confused, Sosuke. Is it honorable how your family makes their money? Made their money? I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about having principles. Yes, they're subjective, and yes, they can be hypocritical. But the further you stray from the common path, the more you need them. I mean, what about her? What would Sarah be like if she didn't have tenets to guide her programming? Side-eye, donk. The tenets. Things Sarah doesn't have. All right, also, we didn't need to say Mirei's profile, I forgot. Date of birth, October 1st. Height, 163. Weight, don't worry. Occupation, representative. Like sipping alcohol, rubbing alcohol, Iraq. Of course you like spiders. Dislike sunrises, black tea, and photographers. Okay. Favorite smell, dojo floors. So tatami mats? Interesting way to say tatami mats. The best at making use of people. The worst at hiding my distaste. All right. I can only imagine. But some people, believe it or not, enjoy their freedoms. Adrift in the middle of the ocean, you're free to go in whatever direction you want. But without a compass, you'll just die of exposure. If you only ever follow exactly what the compass says, you'll sail north until you freeze to death. The point is, if you have a compass, you know which direction north is. Fortunate for us all, then, that the state is a 1,000,000 megawatt North Star pointing towards complacency at all times. And the media is like the wind, and without wind, you'll get stuck in the tide. It was a nice try, Sarah. I like Morgan and Sosuke are having a metaphor off in front of Sarah, and Sarah chimes in, and both Morgan and Sosuke have to go, Sorry, Sarah. Also, like, I do love that Sosuke and Morgan they're different sides of a similar coin, you know? Morgan is a defense attorney, and a serial killer. And her morals are basically non-existent. She has no guiding principles of her own. She does what she wants when she wants to. Adrift like a bare, wild, like the bull in a china shop, just able to do whatever it wants, causing destruction wherever it pleases. If it wants to, it can stay still in the china shop until everyone's calm and down, or until night falls, and then it goes crazy in the china shop, and then everyone comes back and is like, who did this? Bull, was it you? And the bull goes, no. Like, it's freedom, and she's choosing to do what she wants to do when she wants to do it. The only things that that puts restraints on what she wants to do is what she needs to do in order to do what she wants more, you know? I don't care about going to the Blue Bloods to go buy drugs or whatever, or slaughter them all, but I need to do it because I want that fucking mask. I don't need to shoot 6 people in the heart, but I'm gonna. Because I want to. I didn't need to mess up the crime scene to make it different from the other crime scenes, but I wanted to. Sosuke, on the other hand, has no wants of his own. He's purely a loyal dog to the house. He's just a protector. He doesn't He just wants, like, his only want is to live an honorable life via principle and to protect the house, and specifically the young master. So, like, they're polar opposites. Morgan, uh, free flow and whatever she wants to do. Sosuke, completely bound by the rules of honor and his service to the house. And that's why, but they're also so similar that they had a fucking metaphor off, because their principles, as opposite as they are all bullshit. Like, both of them. Hatred of principles on principle is stupid. Adherence to principles in the face of the life in prison or death or execution, or like the work release program that makes you just a fucking like zombie slave or whatever, like, also stupid. Do what you need to do now. Anyways. Forget it. Do whatever you want with your brushes, woman. And you're pouting again. Great. Sarah, just keep him talking. What? If I'm talking, how will you? Trust me, I've done more delicate work before. Sarah, small talk. Gladly, Adonai. Oh, are we Sarah now doing this small talk? Okay. Move on ends it, so we need to small talk first. Okay. Tattoos. Sosuke, do you happen to have any tattoos? Are the jury going to ask about that or something? They might. Oh. Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I do have a tattoo. A komainu on my back. Komainu, a guardian dog. You have a tattoo of a dog? It's a fierce guardian deity. Like a Labrador, or like a great fierce... a big dog! Perhaps you should have changed it to some other design, like, say, like a dragon? I hate her. I hate her so much. I hate her so much. I hate this game so much. You cheese me? My head was down. It's on the back of my skull. Ugh. Ugh. Pass it on to Sarah. Aye, Captain. Whatever you say. Oh, sevens. Fucking. There's no switching. Buyer's remorse must be unbearable. There's no buyer's remorse. It's a cool dog. Shut up. Lift your chin. Oh, wait, she's got one already. It's permanent. Well, you could slap another slice of cheese on top of it, but then you'd be committing a felony. You really think they'll feel bad for me because of some cuts and scrapes? You're not good at listening to instructions, are you? The prosecution has to get 12 strangers to agree that you killed 5 men. Each charge has to be unanimous, a perfect score. So any chip damage we can do, any doubt we can sow, we take it. And any advantage we're given, we make full use of it. But the advantage you're talking about is my face. Are you really not used to this kind of attention, Sosuke? Look, it may be true that at times some women have expressed, and men, no doubt. Sarah, this is the second time you've been specifically and explicitly interested in 2 men's dating lives. And I don't know that you've had the opportunity to investigate women's dating lives, but meeting up with poor Isaac and going, do you think my dad and him fucked? And then meeting Sosuke and going, men find you attractive too, right? Did David Asher program a Fujo bot? Is she Fujoing out right now? Listen, she's just starting the pipeline. Probably Sosuke gets trolled. Yeah. All I'm saying is that there's a difference between knowing your strengths and powdering up like this. Her dad was pretty gay. That's true. That's true. But also, she didn't know who Isaac was. And all the other callers that were mentioned prior to Isaac were not men. So he is bisexual. Anyways, Sosuke didn't deny it. That's true. Pretend it's war paint. Is that how you see it? No, but I'm a grown-up. History with the mob. Thank you for entertaining my questions last night, Sosuke. Did she ask you about your dimensions? The subject might have come up. She's a talkative one, isn't she? Sorry if she kept you up all night. No, she's no trouble, just curious. Reminds me of... we discussed history. Oh, well then she must have put you right to sleep. Bonk. Adonai, it was his choice of subject. So you read history, Sosuke. Here I assume you spend all your free time frowning in the corners of your room with your arms crossed. Hey! You talked about the Roman Empire for your information. And criminal empires. Nothing too detailed, I hope. But Sosuke, I still don't understand. What did you mean when you said criminal organizations used to be structured differently? Only that the old ways don't fit in our new 21st century world. Old ways? Well, he's talking about race, Sarah. Race? What's race? I don't understand. Well, that's to be expected. After all, you share 98% of your components with a washing machine. That is an untrue and unflattering comparison. Maybe you do get it. Look, Sarah. Names like Mafia, Gokuro, Sanhei Hui, they all came from different cultures, but they all refer to a kind of path. An outsider's path, and the pride that comes from living by your own set of rules. Those were the first criminal organizations. Underground guilds, lending systems, militias, secret societies. Oh sure, they were basically just big, friendly charities. And the world got smaller, and people started moving around, and the mafia changed. It became a way for immigrants to band together to have some kind of power in places that wouldn't give them a chance at anything remotely respectable. But the world kept getting smaller and more complex, and eventually, that kind of community couldn't form, let alone survive. Why? Not enough shared experiences. Shared experiences. I see. Fancy way of saying the internet came along. Well, yes, technology negates the physical distance between people. When you spend most of your life online, you end up with more in common with people on the other side of the planet than your own neighbors. Just because of where your recommendations take you. So the immigrant experience disappeared? Fractured, more like. Cracked into a million shards with a hammer. While generational or economic experiences got cemented. The world is more diverse and varied than it's ever been in every sense. Except economically. Wealth inequality is at historical highs. As it has been every year since before I was born. To answer your question, Sarah, that's what binds the members of a criminal organization to one another. Their socioeconomic status. House Ikaria is at the top. The Blue Bloods lie below us. Within each organization, wealth is concentrated among the leadership, of course, but each mafia exists in entirely different strata. I see. I've also read about an organization called the Rust being active here in the city. Are they in the poverty class, then? Rust? I'd put them in the anarchy class. Glowing tattoos and spiked hair, chrome biceps and sharpened teeth. The Blue Bloods, for all their faults, can put on a tie and go to work, but I can't see the Rust experiencing any kind of social mobility. Careful, Sosuke. If the Rust heard you being that classist, the Rust wouldn't care about anything I said or who I stand with. They don't need any excuse to start ripping open modders and grabbing whatever they can. Things like that happen in this city? Only in the shadows, Sarah. Nowhere you'd ever find yourself. Finally ran out of steam? On to the grim business, then. How'd things go with your investigation? That bad, was it? Nonsense! It was pretty bad. With what I've seen so far, there's no one else who could have killed Chopin. Even if I managed to pick apart all the evidence for the pod's deaths, they've got a police officer who will swear on the stand that he arrested Sosuke standing over his partner's dead body. What's it going to look like in there? You've never been inside a courtroom? Never as a defendant. I'm just wondering how many cops I should expect. In the gallery? A sea of blue. Cheap intimidation tactics. Yes, but I can't fault them for that. We'd line up much the same for one of ours. You say that, and yet I don't see any other Ikaria around. This is a completely different scenario. And the house can't afford to appear beside a cop killer when they're being audited by the state. How understanding of you. Adonai, I think Sosuke is sad that his friends haven't shown up. Good catch. You were hired by Makoto of House Ikaria, weren't you, Adonai? Surely he would want to be in attendance. Don't be absurd. Makoto shouldn't be transported anywhere without a full security team. Besides which, he shouldn't be put through the long elevator ride to this 48th floor just for my sake. What's so bad about an elevator ride? Is he claustrophobic? No. That is, yes, but you cannot tell anyone, understand? Who the hell would I tell that to? Right. Look, it's illegal to stream trial proceedings under most circumstances, but I'm sure House Ikaria doesn't mind paying a fine. They'll be watching from somewhere in the courtroom. That would be a waste of the house's coin. But I suppose they might consider keeping an eye on the case's progression. As will the Blue Bloods, no doubt. Adonai, I think Sosuke's spirits have rallied. Really? How can you tell? Oh, hey, Emma. Hi, Emma. He lifted his gaze and his eyes seemed brighter, as if... Good. Now try and keep his spirits high. How do I do that? Think of something fun. Right. Here we go again. Sosuke, shall we arm wrestle? Oh, good morning, Morgan. Good morning, Emma. You seem tired. Want to push us off till next week? Actually, that sounds... Hey. Sorry. But we'll be facing off soon enough. Why not savor the playfulness while we still can? Fair enough. Losing sleep over this case? Not really, no. Things look pretty cut and dry to me. What about you? You toss and turn all night before your big debut as a mob lawyer? Not at all. I slept like a rock. Lucky. I mean, I've been getting good rest more or less. Just been having a lot of late nights recently. Late nights? Like going out? No. Just late night chats. Was that Morgan hoping, praying that Emma is going out late at night in perhaps a part of the city that she could find her alone by herself to maybe perhaps a little bit killing her? I feel like that's what that color spread, that flash of like going out was. That's what it feels like. It feels like that was like a little bit of bloodlust, like a little bit of like, huh? Going out. Where? When? Are you alone? That's pretty dangerous, Emma. You shouldn't go out alone. But if you do, just give me a call. I'll be happy to meet you. All right. Just late night chats. Chatting about what? Okay, now it's fear about heartbreak. God, look at all of them. Never seen so many cops in one building. They'd bring a marching band into the courtroom if they could. Theater. Right. Well, theater and trial weren't all that far apart back in ancient Greece. I thought that was Emma. That's Morgan. Would hope we progressed since then. You don't approve of this show of force, I take it? Is it that obvious? I'd like to say this is because of who Chopin's family is, but we both know that's not what this is really about. A cop is dead. The state wants to make it clear that that isn't tolerated. Cops volunteer to defend our laws and protect us citizens. Volunteers don't get paid. Besides, cops, courts, the state, all they can do is enforce the laws, not defend them. Guns and arms can't defend against corrosion anyways. Rot comes from the deep. So you'd rather that the death of the police officer get the same treatment as any other citizen? Suppose that's not possible. They get increasingly fewer chances to play the victim every year, and they never let the opportunity pass. No, I guess the best I could hope for is that the state makes the same show of force whenever any crime is committed. Hmm. And this is separate predator behavior. If they treated every death like the death of a cop, maybe I could have caught HBK by now. You're still on that. Of course, shooting deaths are down, but do you know how many missing persons cases there are in this city? How many deaths get written up as mod harvesting attacks gone wrong? It's a big city, Morgan. More than enough blood running through the streets for HBK to launder their kills in. You shouldn't joke like that. What, you don't believe me? Just last month, missing person. The report was filed by their employer when they didn't show up to work, 7 days after they had last been seen by anyone. They were just some part-time worker, no close friends, no family. They went to work and they came home, paid their bills, and they disappeared. And no one cared or even noticed until their job didn't get done and those bills went unpaid. No one noticed until they stopped buying in. The body was found a full 2 weeks later. The decay was... what happened to them? Blunt force to the back of the head. Something metallic with a sharp corner, we think. It was a roughly cubed machine part I pulled from a dumpster nearby. Ah, fuck, she knows, and she knows the murder, and knows that Emma knows that it was heartbreak. Emma knows it was heartbreak. It fits snugly in my hand, and caved through his skull like a shovel through snow. Kicked into the bay, might not even have been weighed down. Just thrown away like a cheap... That's terrible. Did you find any belongings on them? No. So probably a mugging then, right? No, there would have been other injuries from a struggle. And a thief who accidentally committed murder would be too panicked, too terrified to... You know how muggers think now. I can learn how anyone thinks. Even HBK with a robust enough profile. Well, good luck building it all by your lonesome. I'm not working on this by myself. Ask not for whom that bell be tollen. Ah, sorry, right. Did you want to beg for mercy real quick before you begin? Now where would be the fun in that? Whoa! Who else has Emma got on this? Who else could possibly nail down heartbreak? 1204, courtroom 48D. The courtroom gallery is quite full today, isn't it? Awash in a sea of pissed-off cops. It doesn't exactly shore up one's confidence, does it? 5 counts of murder would be newsworthy any day of the week. Add in the fact that one of the bodies belongs to a cop, and a crowd was to be expected. Didn't think they'd be so quiet, though. Maybe they're all just waiting for the firing pistol before they start casting their stones. Don't let it get to you, Sosuke. They're just posturing. Posturing, I understand. I've been in attendance for my share of tense negotiations. But the bloodlust in those rooms was always mutual. You don't feel any animosity towards these cops? I'm used to summoning my temper on command. I might have forgotten how to get angry for my own sake. You just worry about the jury. What about the adjutant? They cannot be intimidated by muscle, bribed with cash, or disarmed with fine tailoring. All of which makes them quite favored when it comes to prosecuting organized crime. Have you been in court many times before then? It's an eye for an eye in the world we operate in. We don't file assault charges, we just answer them. Though even that has become rare, the house is elevated. Blue bloods and rust and all the rest of the rabble are beyond their reach now. And when it comes to our peers, we communicate very differently. Must make being a bodyguard pretty boring. I think your work sounds very rewarding and exciting, Sosuke. Thank you. Especially the other day when you were captured and beaten by your rivals. Yeah. What I was trying to hint at, Morgan, is that you should not be expecting assistance from the house. Honestly, the thought hadn't crossed my mind. Being on the winning side for once? What the hell would that even feel like? So there won't be any men in black approaching the jury during lunch and offering them paper bags of cash? No. Well, if we do really bad, we won't even make it to lunch, so... Sosuke, what are you staring at? Are you looking for the jury? No, I know they aren't here. It used to be mandated that juries be physically present for court proceedings. People felt it was important that they look into the accused in the eye. Help them evaluate their character? Why bother? Most people suck at that. Always have. True. Perhaps it was considered part of the punishment then, to have to look them in their eyes. Punishment for the jury or the defendant? All right, kiddos, chin up, shoulders out. Show's about to start. I just remembered. You think the adjutant assigned to this particular case? Obviously, it's going to be me. Obviously. Hi, 8084. I mean, that's a gimme. Easy. How? It's 80. What are the chances? Likes mountain air, gymnasts, and luxury. Dislikes happy couples who ask you to take their photo. Pineapple, on pizza until proven guilty. Shopping carts, always returned. Favorite quote, let he who is out for sin play first or draw first. Hi, 80. There should be at least 83 other personalities in the building's network. At least. Well, Your Honor, thank you for presiding so honorably. I do try. Try. Because it's a trial. Tougher crowd than usual. And that's not counting all the grim monoliths standing tall out there in the gallery. Who died? 5 people, Your Honor. Yikes! What's the damage? 2 counts of manslaughter, 2 counts of homicide in the 2nd degree, and 1 count of homicide in the 1st degree. But are you trying to set a gold split with all that? What's with the record-setting grind set? The prosecution stands ready. So shall we begin? Your credit's always good here. Initializing. Importing persona. Purge, reset. Court is now in... Oh! I guess, yeah. The first court case was not a real court case. It was the preliminary hearing. So I guess you are allowed to have some cool new graphics setting up the new case, eh? Ooh, fancy, fancy. I love it. I love it. It's so tasty. All right. Now let's crack open those opening statements and get this case summarized. Gladly, Your Honor. People of the court, the defendant in this case is a man named Sosuke Ikaria. He was found at the scene of the crime where 2 men were shot to death. One was stabbed in the neck, another had their skull bashed in, and a police officer was impaled through the back with a sword. Docs go down. Cop killing piece of shit. Please pardon any outbursts from the gallery that your mics may inadvertently pick up. Now, I understand that the scale of violence on display here today may intimidate you, but I want to stress to all of you now that your responsibility here today is neither taxing nor complex. You will hear testimony, you will be shown evidence, and all of it will point towards the truth. That the defendant is the only individual who could have possibly committed these crimes. That is a simple fact. And the only one you need concern yourself with. Ooh, she's as cold as ice! But every ice age beckons a kindling. For his ashes call to cinders, and embers form champions. Defense is ready, Your Honor. I did stick to cold logic, so if I follow her with more of the same, it'll end up falling flat. This gallery will never warm up to us. But that can work to our advantage if the jury comes to see the cops as witch hunters eager to start a pyre. Heads up! Choose the most outlandish words you can! The first time we have to do an opening statement. And of course, Morgan's a seat-of-the-pants fucking flyboy-ass lawyer that just comes up with it on the spot. Go for broke. It's not like Masters never taught me anything. I know how to do the razzle-dazzle. My fellow citizens, you were brought here today because an act of violence took place that can only be described as unspeakable. 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 I got points. Cool. I should know. I was there. I saw the blood on the ground, the bullet holes in the walls, felt the... I peeped the horror. Malevolence is an outlandish word. Felt the malevolence that radiated in the air. All right, good. And I also saw where my client was held prisoner. And I knew exactly where he must have stood because his sweat and blood had stained the tile. My client, a decorated veteran, the man you see standing next to me here, not even fully healed from his torture, because it was torture, from his torture, was taken into police custody with lacerations, bruises, internal bleeding, broken bones, and while he was in police custody, he somehow sustained a black eye, a busted lip, a broken nose, and a boxed ear. A puzzle which I'm sure any one of the officers in the gallery today would be happy to testify about. You gonna let her say that? You want me to object during an opening statement? Much is resting on the outcome of this trial. 5 men lie dead in the morgue, one of them police officer, Tariq. Don't speak his name, you mob lawyer bitch! Hang him up! Hang her too! This is... Hey, we like to have fun in this courtroom, put on a good show, but that's because we're on the stage. Any more outbursts from the gallery, and I'll clear the entire room. You can all watch the rest on your phones or peeking through the keyholes like a bunch of sweaty looky-loos. Like a bunch of sweaty looky-loos. Counselor, let's wrap this up. Yes, Your Honor. Fact of the matter is, on the night my client was not in any condition to kill anyone, not 4 hardened criminals, and certainly not a trained police officer. And nothing about my client's background, his associations, or that of the victims can change that fact. So as you listen to all the evidence in this trial, with fairness and impartiality, as I know you will strive to, I only ask that you focus on the reality of this horrible crime and not on the fiction that people will try to weave for you. Thank you. Decorated veteran? Tell me he never earned a single commendation? Most push-ups of the day or something? Never mind. I suppose it could have gone much worse. You're too kind. I was trying to be honest. The crowd got agitated, but you maintained a level head and recovered your tempo. Adonai is a master at doing so. I've seen him make comebacks from the most nonsensical mistakes before. In martial arts, they call it ukemi, a graceful fall. That is basically correct. Well, try not to gracefully fall over when you see the first witness on the docket, Sosuke. What do you mean by that? Your name and occupation for the record? How can that be necessary? Makoto? Why is he the first witness? What happened to the detectives? What about the other officer? What the fuck is Makoto doing here? All right. Okay, whatever. If some blathering idiot in that courtroom doesn't already know who I am, they don't deserve. I know. But would you consider it, if only for the sake of ceremony? Ceremony is important and should be respected. Very well. I am Makoto Ikaria of House Ikaria. My occupation is that of a student. Trying to look so smug about it when you blatantly lie. Right, of course. And your position with the Ikaria Financial Group? Is not salaried. Must I really declare it here? Hard to imagine why the noble house of Ikaria is getting audited. Sosuke, are you alright? Can he see us? He can see me, Rockford, and the adjutant. Witnesses tele-testifying don't really need much else. So he's safe. Yes, Sosuke, he's safe, like he was yesterday. Probably sitting right where I left him, or standing on a box. I think the hologram's giving him a boost so he can see over the stand. That's good. The boost to his height? That he's safe at home! I'm sorry that he can't see you, Sosuke. Don't be. After how horribly I failed him, I'd like you to speak a bit about the events of August 13th. About the last time you saw the defendant, Sosuke Ikaria. I'm here today, not physically, but here nonetheless, as a courtesy. That does not mean I will flap my gums like some sort of flapping gum puppet. Permission to treat the witness as hostile incoming. Emma Rockford raking a spoiled brat over the coals. This will almost be worth the price of admission alone. I understand. It was a traumatic experience, I'm sure. Anyone of normal upbringing would barely be able to recall a single detail, let alone the day's full events. Normal upbringing? I should probably dismiss you so you can get back to your summer studies. Summer studies? Like some common waif? Waif? That's quite the vocab pull. I didn't know they taught that in State Basic. Basic? If you'll allow me, I will emulate what Miss Emma Rockford is doing with my hands. Like a damn fiddle. Not like it's fucking hard for this guy. Oh my god. Was I mistaken? Listen well, Madam Rockford, as I demonstrate to you exactly how misguided you are about my powers of retention. Please do. Morgan! The words! She's taking them. She's verifying that I'm her android by sticking her finger in my throat and pulling the words right out of it. Play it like a damn fiddle. Why wasn't she mentioned during any of our trial preparations? Assistant District Attorney likes art museums, amethysts, and turn-based RPGs. Dislikes ballrooms, boardrooms, and cliques. Favorite quote? Flower in the mirror, moon on the water. Favorite subject? Psychology. Exercises by subject seemed not to hear the question. Mood. Emma. So relatable, so awesome. You know what? Maybe we should let her catch us. Maybe we should let her win as a treat. Adonai has only won against her once. So far, every hot streak starts somewhere. Hot streak. I really am going to prison, aren't I? Where shall I start? As far back as you can. A simple task. For the past year, members of the organization, most commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia, have been making attempts on my life. You steal lunch money or something? I'm the primary beneficiary of my grandfather, Daisuke Ikaria's will. In common parlance, I am the sole heir to the Ikaria Financial Group. You buy so much lunch. AD. You could buy so much lunch with the entire mafia behind you. She's hungry. She can't be. The group you know as the Blue Bloods have been jealous of my family's financial foresight for decades. I am merely the most recent target of their impotent attempts to nip at our heels. And 2 days ago on August 13th, how impotent was their attempt then? I was leaving a meeting held on the upper floors of Crane Tower. My security detail escorted me to the elevators, where we proceed down to the canopy access floors. This is all planned out in advance. By my head of security, Sosuke Ikaria. The elevator became stuck, with unnatural timing. When Sosuke pried the doors open, we saw that we were stuck between the 62nd and 61st floors. Pried open with a tool? Leading the witness, Your Honor. He didn't need a tool to open the doors. His bare hands were more than sufficient. Help Sosuke out here, kid. We submitted into evidence the defendant's Akita Type 2 military-grade spinal mod, designed to enhance strength, endurance, and reflexes for high-intensity combat scenarios. Yes, sir! It is so admitted. What happened next? The decision was made that we would crawl out onto the 61st floor and head for the service elevators. But once Sosuke and I exited, the elevator started up. It was a trap. We had been cut off from the rest of my detail. You were isolated and defenseless. That must have been. Hardly defenseless. You really think my personal head of security wouldn't be armed? He had Yoru. Don't tell me. You named your sword? All great swords have names. Morgan, this isn't a the Sosuke thing. I think you're just incorrect about sword culture. Thank you, Sarah. Very well put. Let the record show that the witness has identified Exhibit B3 as belonging to the defendant. This sword was recovered by the police in a known Blue Blood den in the lower wards. Found impaled into the body of Tariq Chopin. And forensics has shown that the only fingerprints on it are those of the defendant. There's still time for you to disown it, Sosuke. You understand nothing about a swordsman's heart, Adonai. Once again, it is your paralegal that has the right of it. Perhaps she should be leading my defense. Morgan, did you watch no samurai movies? I thought they were cringe. By my blade you shall be cut down, Adonai! I'll help. If this somehow turns into a fencing competition, I'll gladly defer to you two. So you, Sosuke, and Yoru were on the 61st floor together. What happened next? When we arrived at the service elevator, Sosuke called them, and then they made a chime. And I didn't clearly see much of what happened next, to tell the truth. Figures emerged from around the corners. They were aiming weapons at me. A red dot shone on my chest. And then Sosuke was there, and a needle was sticking out of his arm. Yoru glinted. Sosuke had drawn it in the blink of an eye. Something glanced off it and dropped to the floor. I saw a syringe at my feet. Yoru's sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. That's clearly a key piece of testimony. Let's play back 5 times. What matters is he pushed me back into the elevator with Yoru's sheath. How I landed is irrelevant and should be stricken from all public records. The only other thing I saw was Sosuke's back. He slammed his hand against the elevator's control panel, and then the doors shut. That's the last time you saw the defendant. And the decision was made that I should get on a VTOL as soon as possible. But much of my detail stayed behind to assess what had happened. Yes, they were very helpful to building security and recovering Exhibit 5C, this hypodermic needle gun. What kind of bonehead would leave evidence like that behind? A bonehead in a rush, perhaps, Your Honor. It does appear to have exhausted its gas canister, so it may have outlived its usefulness. I take it that this weapon is matched for the projectile needles found in the room where my client was restrained? Correct. Others exactly like them were recovered from the scene of the ambush as well. Aha, okay. Needles identical were recovered from Crane Tower. Got it. Good for us. Sosuke's sword updated to Yoru. Okay. And the needle gun. Okay. Makoto, did you see the faces of the men who attacked you? Yeah, all too clearly. I can tell you every detail of the roughshod countenances. That sounds like a good bit of testimony. Hit it. A pineapple-head-like man and a raincoat-clad hooligan came at us first. Okay, Tank and, what's-his-face. They aimed at me, but Sosuke got between us and blocked every shot. With Yoru, he could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right. And a man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of that distraction. I'll never forget the faces of those cowards. They tried to kill me! I'm sorry, Makoto, they did not try to kill you. So whatever happened to them afterwards, I'm sure they deserved it. Nothing even a call there. That's not even a real statement. Makoto's putting his talents for hyperbole on full display. I'll have to fact-check his description in order to get the ball rolling. Sorry, Makoto, but, they were non-lethal. Wanna bet? They couldn't have been trying to kill the witness, not with non-lethal projectiles. They fired a lot of them. The witness doesn't weigh that much. Don't try it. This attack was clearly planned with the intent of capturing Makoto alive. Meaning what? That 4 of this case's victims were actually soft-hearted pacifists? There's nothing soft-hearted about what they did to my client after capturing him. Using tools they clearly originally planned to use on the witness. So they're sadists? I'm getting confused here. So is the defense, Your Honor. What matters is that the witness has identified the defendant's captures of the 4 blue blood victims that he is accused of murdering. Makoto did establish that much, but something about the attack still bothers me. I'm gonna put Makoto on the stand specifically to identify the victims. Is it possible the men who attacked them weren't Creek's pod? No. They were not attacked by some other party. Everyone agrees that the profiles match. They were attacked by Creek's pod. Stay. I don't disagree, Your Honor. The men who attacked Makoto and took Sosuke captive are the same ones who ended up dead that night. But 2 questions do occur to me. Why were you safe on the service elevator if Sosuke surely collapsed the very moment it shut? Wouldn't these men have pursued you by any means necessary? That is... I can answer that, Your Honor. When the police inspected the scene, they found that the control panel for calling that elevator on the 61st floor was broken. Smashed, in fact. The attackers would have had to manually pry open the doors to even attempt to chase after Makoto. And that would take remarkable modded strength. Did you mash the button that forcefully, Sosuke? I may have used more force than necessary. I wasn't exactly trying to hold myself back at the time. If the control's hard enough to break them. The Blue Bloods couldn't pursue you further and instead elected to take Sosuke captive. A Sosuke in the hand is better than a Makoto in the bush. The head of Makoto Security would surely have made for an invaluable source of information for planning future attacks. Were he made to talk? Are you denying that? No, but I would like to ask the witness one other question. Why did you get off the elevator in the first place? What are you Hey, what I mentioned in the lobby earlier, that's... Oh, Sosuke mentioned that the decision to get out of the elevator was a snap decision because he felt bad. But in reality, the reason I got off the elevator was because Sosuke was trying to protect Makoto's mental well-being by he was claustrophobic. Mike's might not be picking up on it for you, but from where I'm standing, I can't help but overhear my client groaning about how badly he failed you. That's not evidence or testimony and should be so should be stricken from the record. Oh, we get the idea. So is he bailing out early the defendant's big brain idea? So is bailing out early the defendant's big brain idea? As head of my personal security detail, such a decision is ultimately his to make. However, that decision may have been influenced by his knowledge of the fact that I am not especially comfortable in closed spaces. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to humiliate him? In part, I'm also trying to insult you. Had we simply waited, we would have remained safe, but I was not comfortable and felt very warm. So it was not a tactical failure on Sosuke's part per se. Just an error of judgment. Twitch stop buffering challenge? Never. Counselor Morgan. What's up? You can disconnect the call if... Ask me another question. Ask me about how bravely Sosuke defended me. Huh. That's your angle. Ah! Rocks! Can't all be as naturally gifted at extracting valuable testimony out of spoiled brats as Emma. But I can follow her example. Insult their pride and these Ikaria snap back. As reliable as any knee-jerk reaction. And in Makoto's case, with infinitely less resistance than if I had simply asked him to testify. It's usually the lawyers who do the asking and the witnesses who do the answering, and this is not very realistic. We asked that the witness testify for the court in more detail about exactly how valiantly Sosuke fought off the attackers. And I guess people don't object, even though it seems super extra. No, people don't object, Your Honor. I'm just playing passively. Either I'm onto something here, or I'm walking into a trap. Screw it. I'll in on the former. Needle guns. Sosuke's medical records. Medical records, okay. Blood from various sources from the interior front of the body. Wrist bones and left hand broken as if impacted from a hard surface. Light laceration found on the left hand. Internal bleeding. The left hand. He couldn't have fired the gun because it not own. Okay. There we go. Okay. I missed that part. Sosuke smashed the button so hard when he broke the elevator door that his left hand exploded. He couldn't have shot anyone because the gun only had his left hand prints on it, and his hand was so fucked up. Anyways. Sosuke was outnumbered from the beginning and protecting me the whole time. It didn't matter that we were ambushed or that the Blue Bloods had projectiles. They did. Sosuke took up Yoru in both hands and swatted the needles out of their air like a graceful swatter. He fought off 4 attackers and without sustaining a single injury. I'm sorry, so Makoto, he sustained a lot of injuries. Mock him if you dare for being captured. But that's not a failure, not by any general's definition of the word. Gary Makoto describes Sosuke's heroism. It's almost more impressive the second time. He definitely fought without a care for himself, and there's evidence to show it. I'm sorry, Makoto, he sustained lots of injuries. Wanna bet? Unscathed is the last thing anyone would call my client after the events of that day. One look at his medical data from when he was arrested will tell you that much. What are you getting at, Counselor? The defendant's injuries were sustained at the Blue Bloods' den, not at Crane Tower. The police didn't find even one drop of blood anywhere near that service elevator. Well, that is a miracle, a bloodless ambush. But the fact that no blood was found makes it all the more painfully obvious what actually happened to that elevator panel. The elevator panel! Ah! My client broke half the bones in his left hand smashing it up. Did you really? I might have. There was a lot of adrenaline at the time. Did you not form a proper fist? Was your wrist not in alignment with your forearm? As I said, Sarah, there was a lot of adrenaline. Do you deny that his medical record clearly shows his left hand was broken? Your Honor, what does it matter that the defendant broke his left hand closing that elevator? It changes nothing about the witness's testimony. His testimony has been contradicted. He said he didn't sustain any injuries, but he did. Of course it does. How so? Try to think before you speak, counselor. Oh, no! Fuck! This adjutant has enough trouble staying focused as is. But he lied, but he did. Well, it may be true that this wrinkle doesn't change the witness's testimony, but it does change the nature of the evidence you had him identify for the court. The katana? Yoru. Yoru. Its name is Yoru. We get it. Did you have a point to make, counselor? There's something odd about the katana that's been entered into evidence. Something that makes no sense given what we've learned about the outcome of this ambush. Namely, the swords... It's still just called Sosuke's sword. Taken along with Sosuke down to the lower wards, following an ambush of the Makoto. Prints match the right hand, no other prints found. Blood residue. Heel is chipped. The blood, the prints. The prints make sense. The chipping doesn't make sense, but I don't think that... Does that call... that? Okay. He broke his left hand closing that elevator door. Sword doesn't have left hand prints, which makes sense. That's fine. But what does the chipping have to do? Especially at the tip? What does that have to do with anything? Chipping. The sword's been chipped. How could that be the case when Sosuke's a master swordsman? I wouldn't go that far. Also, master swordsman isn't a real rank. How are swordsmen ranked then? Oh, there's the strongest swordsman in the world, and then everyone else who's ever picked up a sword loses to them. Zero diff. Apologies, Your Honor, for enabling your outburst. Damn it. What I meant to direct the court's attention to was the fingerprints that were found on the sword's handle. Why? But its fingerprints belong to the Sosuke's right hand. You're contradicting yourself, counselor. Yeah, no, we've already discussed how it was your client's left hand that he broke closing off the elevator. There's nothing contradictory about him using his right arm to wield the blade. It can be like this because Sosuke has two hands. Makoto said he was using it with both hands during the fight, but that was wrong. People are correct. The sword found at the scene of the crime has my client's right hand fingerprints on its handle. Despite the fact this witness just testified that Sosuke was swinging it with both hands. Like a graceful swatter, specifically. Oh yeah, he did say that. Did the little tyke misremember? It was a chaotic situation where he feared for his life. The court should hardly expect him to have kept track of such an inconsequential detail. Have you already forgotten my magnanimous powers of recollection? Her tactics from earlier backfired. I'll have you know I can recite all my subordinates' birthdays down to the hour. Write them all down so I can calculate their moon signs later. It doesn't matter whether the witness is mistaken about Sosuke's grip, Your Honor. Because we have a much bigger issue to address. Why the sword has only my client's fingerprints on it. Makoto testifies that Sosuke wielded this katana in his defense. An act of bravery that ended with my client face down on the floor of Crane Tower. He later woke up held captive in the lower wards. I'll state the obvious here and say while he was unconscious, he was moved. And so the sword we have in the record must have also been handled by... Ooh, what was that? Interesting. I don't know if that was fully intentional, but a little hand came up, eh? Creek. It must have been handled by Creek. Bam! A poor victim, Creek, of course. That was a big old flash, eh? That might be a little bit too much, honestly. Our poor victim, Creek, of course. What do you mean? Sosuke was knocked unconscious at Crane Tower. That means someone else must have brought his sword down to the lower wards. And the only people who had the opportunity to do so would have been his captors. You mean his victims? Withdrawn. Either voluntarily or in response to an objection sustained by a judge, attorneys may withdraw their comments. Officially, jurors are to disregard any comments that have been withdrawn and should not take them into consideration when evaluating the evidence, witnesses, or charges laid before them. To retract a comment. The defense is forgetting a fairly simple fact, Your Honor. There's more than one way to hold a sword. A worm? 80, why are you Taze? Taze is the only other person I know in my life who goes oh worm. I guess Bun also goes oh worm sometimes, but Taze is the oh worm friend. In case the defense needs it clarified, Creek could have simply held the sword by its scabbard. Creek couldn't have held it by the scabbard because the scabbard, or sheath, was pushed into Makoto's hand. That's not possible, Your Honor. Makoto has already testified that Sosuke left the sword scabbard with him when he thrust him back into the elevator. I see, and since a cursed sword can't be resheathed until it's tasted blood... Yes, Your Honor, very well said. We would have found the scabbard at the Blue Bloods' den if Creek or his men had taken it with them. Instead, I imagine Makoto took it home. You think he took key evidence from his own assault and kept it from the police? Of course I did! As if I would trust officers of the law to properly handle a family heirloom as precious as Yoru's sheath. Impressive insight, Adonai. But what does this actually mean? Is there some mistake with how the evidence was handled? There's no mistakes here. This is all done with intention. The intention to frame my client by putting his fingerprints onto that sword after the real culprit had already handled it. What a load of bullshit. And the crowd goes wild. Though it does make a certain kind of sense. Because it's the truth. I did wipe that katana's handle down after removing it from Trey's throat. Sosuke just happened to be foolish enough to pick it up himself afterwards. It's frustrating having to keep all my best cards up my sleeve this time around. But the look on Emma's face when I do get to toss them out is... The people are more than ready to counter, if it pleases the court. Theme of Emma! She's actually going for it! Oh no! I'm scared! I'm scared and I'm grooving? What the fuck? Terrifying. She's on her fucking game today. Oh boy. Not only did we win last time, this is also a case where 5 people were murdered, including a cop. Whew, boy. Oh. The defense has made an admirable effort to barrel ahead with this theory. Admirable, but predictable. With the Foundation this week charging ahead and hoping the court won't notice is the only option. Let us speak of the facts. This Creek character led a targeted ambush on the heir to House Ikaria, knowing he'd be guarded by a full security team. The Blue Bloods successfully sabotaged and intercepted Makoto's elevator at the precise floor they wanted, meaning they knew exactly where he'd be and when. And they brought with them drugs capable of disabling a veteran with military-grade mods. Planning and attention to detail may be foreign concepts to the defense, but they should at least be able to recognize them. So is the defense theory suggesting that after all this preparation, Creek's pod wouldn't bother to wear gloves? I'm glad you asked so nicely. Creek's fingerprints. Second shot, second to last dead. Brutal, brutal shit. Because that's true. First was Trey, first was Tanks, then was Creek. Then Katana gets Miller. Then Trey. And then Creek actually died. And okay, whatever. Anyways. Creek's fingerprints were on the guns. We don't need to speculate about whether they wore gloves or not. Not when we have Creek's fingerprints on a weapon recovered from the crime scene. That is a pretty good point, actually. Guess these guys were sloppier than we thought. Those blackguards were barefaced when they attacked us. Idiots, as if there wouldn't be repercussions for their actions. The least they could have done was disguise themselves. Write that from the record, Your Honor. along with any future comments that suggest the Ikari would want revenge against these victims. I was only speaking a plain truth. Creek was their leader, correct? If even Creek wasn't wearing gloves, it's hard to imagine that none of them got their prints onto Yoru. Unless the sword was indeed wiped down at some point afterwards. Like right around the time the true culprit was looking for Sosuke to take the fall. It's a spicy theory. It's just that, Your Honor. A theory. A far-fetched, unstable theory that stacks presuppositions upon each other. Like a flapjack set. Ah! Ow! What the fuck? Ouch? Was that as loud to you guys as it was to me? Like a flapjack chef substituting quantity for quality. I'll rephrase. This inconsistency is easily answered without jumping through the defense's absurdly arranged hoops. That's a little better. We already know that the Blue Bloods had successfully taken down the Ikari as head of security. And we already know that they went out of their way to take the defendant captive, despite him not being their original target. Furthermore, as the defense has belabored, we know that they decided to take a useless piece of steel with them from the scene of the crime. Useless. A single angelic note. God damn it. Sosuke, shut up. If we ask why, the answer is obvious. Because orcas are superstitious and immature. They wanted a trophy. And what is there to do with the trophy? Other than polish it. The cloth from Creek's desk. I knew she flagged in the arc for some reason, but she thought this many steps ahead? The defense is correct. The sword was wiped down before Sosuke took it up as his murder weapon. By the very same victims he'd go on to claim with it. That is the logical explanation. Damn it! How to respond to that, Adonai? We check. We don't. We don't. I can't. It makes perfect sense. So does that mean she's described what actually happened? Not at all. I wiped off the sword myself because my prints were on it. Same as I wiped my prints off of every other... Right. If I can't find fault with Emma's conclusion, I need to find fault with the logic that led her there. I see. And how do you do that? By adjusting my aim. As people say, Your Honor, no one's fingerprints but my client's are on the murder weapon. That only makes sense if he's guilty or being framed. And there's no evidence to suggest that he's been framed because his captors had valid reasons for wiping off the sword. That's true. They did have good reason to wipe off the sword. But that's not the murder weapon I'm referring to. What? They didn't wipe their fingerprints from the needle guns. There were partial prints found on the broken bat. Tanks' gun was also wiped down, despite the fact that it was Tanks' gun. They had no reason to wipe down Tanks' gun. It was his gun. The aim has changed. Okay. The Mag US, or the Magus. Let's go. Let's try this. I'm confident enough to continue to bet Max. So if this doesn't backfire, Magus. This gun is the murder weapon I'm referring to. What? The police are confident that the Mag US is the gun that was used to kill Tanks and Creek. And your client was arrested with it on his person, and it has your client's prints on it. But it was owned by Tanks. The record shows that Sosuke's are the only fingerprints on that doohickey. So that means this Tanks guy never laid a finger on his own gun? It's entirely possible that Tanks simply liked to polish his gun too. Phrasing. Add it to Tanks' profile. He likes to polish his own gun. So he was polishing it up right up until the moment his captor grabbed it and used it against him. Or phrasing. Was it before or after his internal bleeding that my client took the gun off Tanks without him even laying a finger on it first? Before or after being tortured with that he got the gun with no struggle? They could have wrestled over the gun while it was out of reach. Tanks had no injuries beside the hole in his chest. How'd he get into a struggle and not go so much as a scratch? The likelihood of that scenario would seem to come down to the order in which each individual died, no? Yes, Your Honor. And perhaps we ought to hear some more detailed testimony about that. Of course. The defense has no more questions for this witness, Honor. We don't object. Hold on. What are you saying? Okie dokie then, closing the connection. I said, wait, is Sosuke... Makoto seemed to be in good spirits, wouldn't you say? Oh, man, Makoto cares about Sosuke. Yeah, he was his usual irreproachable self. How can you find something about that to be depressed over? How can you find something about that to be depressed over? I'm ashamed that he testified at all. His appearance here runs the risk of sullying the house's visage with my mistakes. Well, he couldn't exactly slip the subpoena by claiming he had homework to do. You of all people should understand that the house doesn't have to appear in court if it truly doesn't want to. A fine levied on your accounts is always preferable to a smudge staining your reputation. But he did testify. Yes, and he no doubt went directly against one or more family elders to do so. He should not be incurring debts for my sake. So he put himself at a disadvantage for you. Do you think Makoto would want you to apologize? Or do you think he'd want you to thank him? He's young. He doesn't know what he wants yet. All right, Prince, baby. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Hi, Yumi. What do you think about my handiwork, girl? Yumi. Sarah. Dr. Sato, we're grateful for your work sorting through the large number of reports related to this case. Dr. Yumi Sato, medical examiner, likes brushed metal, grilled fish, and cardamom. Dislikes frame interpolations, split ends, and surveys. So true, bestie. So true, bestie. So true, bestie. Splurges on live show tickets. So true, bestie. Favorite color? Phthalocyanine green G. Phthalo green, eh? That makes sense. Coat. Very easy to sanitize. Yeah, 5 bodies, all high priority. Had my head underwater for a good while there. We'd prefer not to tax with repeating every grisly detail, but if you could, would you please walk the court through the time of death for each victim and the manner in which they were determined? Right. From the top. Anchor 10, aka Tanks, had a mishmash of street legal and chop shop mods along his forearms. None of them were particularly up to date. They were all working, and they did monitor his heart rate. Tanks' heart stopped at 9:44 p.m. Cause of death was... Hee hee. The slug had a hollow design intended to shatter inside the target. There's no mistaking that he was killed by his own gun, the Mag US, from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Alright, Tanks' autopsy. Killing them instantly. Next up is Sungmin Trey Trench. He also had relatively low-end mods installed, and they showed his heart stopping at 9:45 p.m. He died from exsanguination, blood loss resulting from a laceration across his neck by a sharp metal blade. That wasn't the only injury his body sustained, though, was it? No, it was not. Posthumously, his skull was. Saw no evil! Whack! Heavens Miller Smiles received a puncture wound straight through his jugular vein. Then the blade was withdrawn, exacerbating blood loss, and he was likely unconscious within seconds of falling to the ground. Miller had mods, but had evidently gone to great lengths to remove all monitoring tech from them. And he was not found with any electronics on his person. Using purely medical means, I narrowed his time of death down to a window of 10 minutes between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. Even though I killed him third and he was the second to die. That brings us to Creek. Yes, like Tanks, Lakers Creek Christoph was shot once with a hollow slug from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. However, the slug penetrated just beneath the solar plexus and failed to completely shatter when it impacted a low-end spinal brace mod. As a result, Creek didn't die immediately. It is my medical opinion that Creek would have slowly bled out over the course of about 5 minutes. Their mod did not have biomonitoring capabilities. So, like with Miller, I've done what I can to narrow down the time of death to a 10-minute window between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. So he was barely modded, and he stayed conscious that whole time anyway. Okay. Modded spinal brace, a relatively low-cost, low-tech corrective measure for a childhood injury or growth defect. Okay, said spinal brace prevented the slug from shattering completely, slightly prolonging the subject's life in exchange for multiplying damage to their internal organs several-fold. Which childhood medical records indicate DT3, but no signs of that disease seem to exist at this time. No metformin in bloodstream, most likely subject recovered due to natural robustness. GT3, I have no idea what that is, but no signs of the disease at the time. Metformin in bloodstream doesn't exist. Recovered due to natural robustness. Basically, Creek was kind of goated with it and just had a low-grade spinal brace to fix a childhood injury or growth defect, and then just tanked everything else. Got it. Let's check the other autopsies. Trey's autopsy. Nothing really new there. Being stabbed with carotid. Blood on the subject's hand suggests they attempted to staunch the bleeding or even remove the weapon. No other injuries. Analysis of mods, self-defense mechanisms were activated shortly prior to death. Combined with the location of the stab wound, subject most likely faced their attacker and attempted to fight back. Okay, got it. That's important to know. Important to have on record that someone is like saying they tried to fight back. But we do have one other context clue to work with. This data pad was found very close to Creek's body, and technicians confirmed that it requires Creek's fingerprints for most functions. That means it's unlikely that anyone else would have been able to manipulate it. We found that the last action taken on it was an attempted dark card transaction that failed at 9:44 p.m. What could cause a dark card transaction to fail? Either they hit canceled, or the card itself was jostled, interrupting the scan. He still died, though, so how good was he really? Yeah, I guess. But even Morgan had to be like, okay. Like that, these ellipses, like, all right. I respect him a little bit more. Maybe I'll remember Creek. Probably not. As if the datapad was suddenly dropped. Speculation? How much qualification does one need to understand that card readers can be finicky, Your Honor? True enough. Chip, swipe, pin, tap. Just let me buy the damn balloon animal, you clown. So, taking that digital evidence into account, ignoring whatever the fuck the judge just said? Creek must have been shot almost at the exact same time as Tanks. Thank you. Thank you. There's one more body you examined for this case, yes? Officer Tariq Chopin. I didn't need to determine his time of death. As a patrol officer, he had a standard suite of police-issued biomonitors. So we know that Officer Chopin's heart stopped at 10:14 p.m. Friggin' an automatic 1099 alert officer down. Lighting up that crime scene like a firecracker and ensuring every cop in the city would come running. Royally pissed and safety's off. Chopin was impaled through his back by a long, thin blade. It severed his aorta, and as a result, he died instantly. Summarize then. We can conclude that Tanks' gun was taken from him before 9:44 p.m. He and Creek were then shot with it. Their attacker, out of ammunition, took up a sword and stabbed Miller in the throat, before slicing into Trey's neck. This individual then proceeded to posthumously crush Trey's skull by striking it so hard that they shattered a baseball bat. As Creek bled to death on the other side of the room. Finally, when Officer Chopin entered the scene, they stabbed him in the back, before finally being apprehended by Officer Rogers. It's all correct as far as we understand it. So now Rockford's put together a timeline. It's probably helpful for the jury putting it all in chronological order. But have we actually learned anything new about the culprit's actions? Insight, cardiac at a time 14. Stabbed, impaled from behind with a large bladed instrument applies with 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Blade was jostled with the wound cavity post-mortem, so they tried to take it out. We have Emma brought her on the stand to establish the culprits. Why did Emma bring him onto the stand? The fact that both starting time and starting position are here makes it think that it's a starting thing, but really she brought him up to the methodology about what methods were used to kill each person. Starting time, starting position, we don't really know because we didn't talk about the position at all, really. The starting time or methodology? Methodology makes most sense. Is it's gun, then sword, sword, and sword. Starting time would be about 9:44 p.m. But that isn't really new methodology. She wanted to establish the culprit's methodology. As in what tools they use for each murder? That wasn't new information to me. Was it new to you? Not in the slightest. Sorry, poor phrasing. What I meant by that was that the Satos established where the killer must have started their spree. Okay, where they started. Their starting position. Correct, because Creek and Tanks died first, and they were both shot from within 1 to 2 meters. We know that the culprit must have started taking action right by the desk, and not by the door to the holding room. Indeed. The likelihood that my client broke out from there is not very high at all. Check. Yes? An abundance of DNA evidence establishes that the defendant was indeed held in the other room. But clearly, he didn't remain there. His captors must have taken him out to question him in the main room, and dragged him in front of the desk, where Tanks' gun would be within reach. You're the one who's reaching. You have evidence to the contrary? A better explanation for how he got out from where he was being held? Can't exactly propose that the real killer set him free as a scapegoat. The forensics are clear. My client was gagged and bound in that room. Was, but they clearly had to cut him loose to question him. A mistake that ended up costing them their lives. You think that's true, Sosuke? I'm not positive, of course. Ooh, we're playing chess now? Emma's always been playing chess. But my body is telling me that I was held in that room from the time I woke up until I got myself free. My theory about the Blue Bloods being dumb enough to let Sosuke near a gun isn't perfect, but it's still a theory. I don't have jack shit to counter with because not even Sosuke knows how I let him out. If the defense has no objections, then they'll just have to take this L and meekly move on to their cross-examination. Adonai, that made you sound very feeble. You've developed a habit of only using we when I'm winning. Fix it. That made us sound very feeble? Why do I have to get roped in? Emma's already established a timeline and order of events. I could pick at the details, but she's close enough to the truth already. I know the truth firsthand, and every death except Chopin. In his case, Emma and I are on even footing. So it's my advantage. What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about? What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about? Timing? It was about 30 minutes later. Creek's autopsy doesn't really have a time, but we just assume that it's 9:44 here. Then he bled out within 5 minutes. Miller's autopsy is the possible latest at like 9:50, but that's not listed in the thing. Tanks' autopsy, 9:44. Trey's autopsy, 9:45. Yeah, it was all 9:45. Causes of death. No one's... The only thing that's confusing is the knife that went missing from Trey's neck. That's the only one. But that's also murder weapons. And that'd be the better one. The only thing we know is that Trey actually died from a different blade. But that doesn't really work, right? Trey's autopsy. Lacerations to the neck. No, sorry, Miller's. 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Puncture wound is approximately 13 centimeters deep. And Sosuke's sword. Dimension its dimensions. But Trey's autopsy. I think they also mentioned the same blade size. The only other thing that I can think of would be the exact timing. Timing of each killing. Creek took a while to bleed out, but that matters little here. Sato went to great pains to reconstruct all the times of death, but she can't possibly know. The murder weapons? The causes of death was bleeding out, bleeding out, bleeding out, and bleeding out. They all bled out. Right, the murder weapons. Everyone thinks Miller was stabbed in the neck by the katana. I'm the only one who knows my knife was there. There's gotta be a way I can use that information to my advantage here without revealing that I have it or how I got it. I'm walking a razor's edge here. At least it's thematically appropriate. The defense is ready to begin our cross-examination, Your Honor. Dr. Sato, you were asked to examine all 5 bodies. Did you visit the crime scene? I did not. Have not. Photos and other ARCS data were provided to me to aid in my examination. Surely defense is interjecting to do a little virtual work. Of course not. After all, had anything been added or removed from the crime scene, the ARCS would show it. There's no fooling it once it's been set up. All right. I'm just trying to get information here. Let's talk about the blade wounds. Victims Trey and Miller were both attacked by a blade. Exactly how fast did they die? Trey had his throat slashed and blood found in his hand suggested he had time to reach up to his neck in response. But he would have quickly stumbled back and collapsed onto the floor dead. Miller wouldn't have lost much blood at the moment his neck was punctured. For that kind of wound, the weapon acts as a stopper. But once that stopper was removed, he would have lost consciousness in mere seconds. And while the blade was still in his neck, if it was there for more than a second, he too would have reflexively reached up, presumably to try and grab the blade. Is there proof he grabbed the blade? There is not. His fingerprints aren't on the weapon. Is there any evidence that he tried to grab the razor-sharp katana lodged into his neck? He had his own blood on his right hand, but there are no cuts on it. Because he grabbed the knife's handle, not a sword's edge. So it stands to reason the blade was withdrawn very quickly. By the time his hands reached up to his neck, it must have been gone. One of many small inconsistencies with this katana theory I can shine a light on. Will that be enough? No. The katana stab. Yeah, you don't stab with a katana, do you? Stabbing Miller's neck so precisely and so fast would be quite the feat of swordsmanship. Staking a conclusion, Your Honor. Comments withdrawn. Quick as a blade. Have you ever seen a stab wound like the one that killed Miller inflicted by a long blade and wielded in one hand by a man experiencing heavy blood loss? No, I can't say that I have. Now, whether the maneuver is impressive or improbable, well, I'm a doctor, not a fencer. And Sosuke doesn't own a rapier. Does the katana fit the puncture wound? Yeah, we gotta figure that one out. Did you find that the stab wound on Miller's neck fit the sword that the police recovered? Approximately. That doesn't sound conclusive. The entry wound is slightly smaller than I would expect for such a precise stab. The sword hand must have barely trembled, but it's within tolerable ranges. Furthermore, DNA on the tip of the sword is a match for Miller. Damn it, just because I happen to drag it across where his blood had dripped. And of course, there isn't any other implement at the scene that fits the wound better. No, of course there isn't. Chopin's cause of death. We don't need to worry about the gunshot wounds right now. What about Chopin's cause of death? Could you speak more about the manner of Chopin's death? Well, to reiterate, his body was found with the katana stuck through his back. It had punctured his heart, killing him. There was a massive blood loss at the scene. At least in part because the wound in question was agitated, I suppose I'd say. What does agitated mean? What do you mean by agitated? Honestly, as though after impalement, the blade was moved around inside the wound. As if it had become stuck and someone was struggling to remove it. London mentioned that Sato found this wound odd, but to hear her specifically say that the blade had become stuck? That's interesting. Thank you, Dr. Sato. I think I can speak for all of us when I say I found that very enlightening. Blackjack! I did it perfect. Awesome. I knew not to keep on pushing that middle statement. Dr. Sato, you just testified that Officer Chopin was impaled from behind. Did this occur on the spot where his body was found? Yes, it did. The body shows no signs of being moved. I'm curious then. What was there for the sword to get stuck on? Huh? Well, if Chopin was in the center of the room, standing upright, I mean, it wouldn't have gotten caught on the air, right? Bone, perhaps? Surely examine the wound inside and out. Did you see marks on his ribcage where the blade had caught? Oh, right, okay. So, what we're doing here is we're pointing out that, they tried to remove the thing, which means Chopin wasn't, in order for the knife to get stuck, that would have been taking the blade and driving it in downwards through the body, right? Not necessarily, I'm stabbing you through the back and then you fell forward, right? Like, the force doesn't work that way. And that's why you're trying to jiggle it out from the floor. It got stuck in the floor. No, I didn't. And it stands to reason that the blade didn't get caught on anything inside Mr. Chopin. It got caught on the floor. Pardon? You need to take greater advantage of the arcs, Counselor Morgan. Learn to flip things on their head. Entire rooms, if need be. If you had, you'd see that there's a clear indentation in the floor that lines up perfectly with Mr. Chopin's wound. How did you think the tip of the sword got chipped? You're saying the sword got stuck in the floor? That's what the facts are saying. Do you disagree? No. It couldn't have gotten... Getting stuck in the floor makes sense. The sword could have gotten stuck in the floor. Tap, tap. I don't necessarily disagree, no. If Chopin was impaled, then fell face first. It makes perfect sense for the sword to get caught in the floor as he collapsed on top of it. So we can conclude that after being impaled, Chopin fell over with the sword still in his torso, driving the sword into the ground. Then his attacker aggravated the wound by trying to retrieve the sword from his corpse. Does that sound right? What? Are you asking me? Sort of, asking the room, I guess. Well, I believe I can answer. What you're describing makes sense, Dr. Sato, but only up until we consider again the fingerprints on the sword handle. If my client really did impale Tariq Chopin and get his sword stuck doing so, why would he try to retrieve it with only one hand? Because he had to retrieve it with one hand. You yourself already elucidated the defendant's left hand was broken when he destroyed the elevator panel in Crane Tower. If you're saying the gun was still... Fingerprint shows he gripped it in his left hand. There's no indication of right hands on the mag. You yourself already elucidated that the defendant's left hand was broken when he destroyed the elevator panel in Crane Tower. His left hand was too damaged for him to even grip a sword? That doesn't square with this piece of evidence. If you're going to claim that these fingerprints are set from... His left hand was too damaged for him to grip a sword. Oh, but he did grip a gun. Okay, no, that's what it is. Okay. If he can grip a gun, why can't he grip a sword? Ah! The Magus! How could my client's left hand be too damaged to grip his sword, and yet also be capable of gripping the Mag US? That oddity is hardly impossible to explain. We've already determined that the Mag US was fired twice before the sword was used at all. Firing such a weapon with a broken hand surely rendered his left useless. Ugh, that's... It is difficult to wield a sword with a damaged hand, isn't it, Sosuke? Historically, even the loss of a pinky on your non-dominant hand was considered enough to render you relatively defenseless. Is that why Yakuza would offer to cut off fingers as recompense for offenses? That's right, Sarah. In fact, cut the chatter and save the history lesson. We're not doing a Zero Escape aside. We're in the middle of fucking court, guys. I did know that fun fact tidbit, though, but, you know. He had to pull the sword loose with one hand because his left was useless? Looking at all the forensics pulled from the katana, that's... Your Honor, the people claim that my client had to use one hand to retrieve his sword because his other hand was disabled. But does the evidence actually suggest that? What do you mean? Forensics performed on the katana found my client's right-hand fingerprints on the handle. But what grip are the prints a match for? Let me just give it a quick think here as meticulous analyze the position of each finger. A normal grip! The grip is normal! Do you mean to say that the thumb is facing towards the blade, Your Honor? Well, yeah, but isn't it easier to say he held it like normal? Thanks, 80. We just need to be... The law is a precise instrument. It needs to be precise. If my client only held the sword with his right hand normally, Your Honor, that would mean he held a handle like that even as he tried to jostle the blade free from the floor it was impaled in. Which is far from impossible. But if, Your Honor, the court has questions about exactly how the defendant was positioned when he was found standing above Officer Chopin's corpse, I believe the people's next witness will be able to answer all of them. That can only mean it's finally time to face off with the arresting officer, Chopin's partner. Very well. Then let us summon to the stand. Null name not found. What? What? Is that a family or a given name? Sarah, shut the fuck up. What? Yeah, I got one big old error right here, and it's a classic. Witness not found, literally. He ain't here. What? He said hours to get here. What the hell could he possibly be? Her star witness is a no-show? Is this good news or bad news? Like hitting the jackpot on the world's sketchiest slot machine. Feels good, but you get the feeling the staff is going to make you pay for it. That idiotic! Pay for it when? Fine. I'll finish it myself. Right about now. Ugh. Perhaps it's for the best then, Your Honor. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. She's desperate. She's desperate, and it's not because we pushed her into a corner, but she needs to go in for the kill right now because she doesn't have the option to do anything else. She can't play her little game of chess. She has to pick up the gun that's next to the chessboard because the rook went missing. She can't do her elaborate Queen's Gambit, so it's gun time. Oh boy. We can save the court the trouble by wrapping up things here and now. The facts are simple and the defense has failed to refute them. Thus, the people call for summary judgment. Already! The defendant is the only one with his prints on the gun. He is the only one with his prints on the katana. His own employer testified to the court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop, before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene. That must be Reyes in London she's referring to. As the only living person left at the scene of the crime, there's no one else who could have committed these murders. She's on a tear, and I'd be lying if I said it wasn't entertaining. Okay. It's only because she's on tilt. She was thrown off by her witness flagging, and it's caused her to overstep. She just fired off a lot of claims in quick succession. Which is the weakest one? Where do I counterattack? We ate the pieces. So true. Okay, here's the claims. Only one of the prints. He's the only person left at the scene of the crime. DNA evidence doesn't help us. The only suspect is kind of a pretty strong claim right now. I, in my head, think that Roberts did it, and he's extremely suspicious. The fact that we don't have any other police testimony right now is the weakest point right now. I'm 50-50. Ugh, fuck. I can't decide. Your money's on only suspect? Well, that means it's police testimony. Police testimony she's made reference to hasn't been presented to the court yet. But if it's not, as Rogers could be lying about arresting Sosuke. We're all standing here because he was arrested. Okay, the only suspect. She just claimed that Sosuke is the only one who could have committed these murders. Okay, all right, Vanilla, you got your money's worth. She can't possibly prove that. She can't prove that there wasn't anyone else that night because I actually was. And unlike her, I can prove the possibility of another party being present without having to reveal their identity. People are mistaken, Your Honor. My client wasn't the only other person there that night. And there's evidence to show it. Used to wipe prints, yes, is very funny. Classified documents, hard to copy, easy to destroy. The broken bat, only partial prints found. The dark card. Wiped of all prints. It's gotta be the dark card. The money is being used to cheese me? I can believe this, but god damn it. I think it's a dark card because that proves that there's like... I think it's a dark... Should I minimum bet this? No. That's the way a loser thinks! Maximum betting! What is that? The dark card lodged into Creek's datapad? That's right. The perfect payment option when neither you nor the businesses you frequent like attaching names to faces. We've already discussed that within moments of Creek's death, the transaction was being attempted on his datapad. A transaction made using this dark card. But whatever for? Grab some of the handful of illicit substances that were found at the scene of the crime? Oh crap, yeah, I almost forgot. You guys were drug dealers! And drug dealers get customers, Your Honor. Customers that can be very temperamental when things go south. Are you trying to suggest that these killings were the result of a drug deal gone wrong? I mean, they sort of were. A drug deal made in person at a Blue Blood stronghold? Dark cards require a passkey and a fingerprint. The card would be useless if its owner wasn't physically present for the transaction. I can't pause to make my player catch up, so I'm very delayed from the earlier buffer. So true. Fair. But suffer. Gotta be soon anyways, though. Nah, well. Many such cases. I guess we'll just keep on trucking. A transaction that might be abruptly canceled if tensions boiled over. The potential buyer would likely have been across the desk from Creek, the same spot in the room that we've established that the killer must have started their rampage. Cute idea, counselor, but there's no meat to it. We know that Creek was using the datapad before he died, and we know that the dark card was processing a transaction at the time. But for some reason, you've made the assumption that he was selling. When the simplest explanation is that he was buying, using the dark card that he owned. The dark card belonged to Creek? How will you respond? I don't need to respond with evidence. I just need to point out the flawed evidence she's constructed her argument upon. Oh. Face ID'd my Makoto. Stuck in datapan, wiped of all prints, known only to rich criminals. Creek's and Chopin's fingerprints. Huh. Okay. Either it's flawed because Creek wouldn't have known about this because he's not rich, or Chopin's fingerprints were also here, and Chopin was the dealer, so we're gonna besmirch his fucking name? Database has locked to Creek's fingerprints, making it difficult for anyone else to use it. Why would he use his own card and his own data pad? To make a purchase, like to make a transfer anyways, you know, like the data pad doesn't, like you can, in this case, it's not like the data pad is a fucking, I'm not imagining the data pad as a square reader, you know, I'm imagining it as a thing that lets you process bank transactions from the dark web, which means that, like, you know, like you could use it to send the funds and then you get the thing, you know? I think this is the weakest point because Chopin's fingerprints are on it. I'm going to go for a minimum bet here for Creek's datapad. You really think that the datapad found at the scene belonged to Creek? The conditions confirmed it was key to his fingerprints, so... Yes, I do. Okay, that's good just to see this fucking face. Fair enough. Well, cool. Process of elimination. Bet good on dark card. Characterization, Your Honor. The people are claiming that the dark card in the evidence record belonged to the victim, Creek. Despite the fact that it has no fingerprints on it either. Oh, hello? Oh! Oh, I'm schmoovin'. Hey. Ooh, that's tasty. Ooh, that's a tasty turnabout. That's what this is, right? This is the turnabout music? Ooh, that's tasty. Scarlet Draw, eh? No. Oh. Don't put in the electric guitar, man. I can't take it anymore. It's too funky. Ooh. And then it goes back to being smooth. Fuck. What? If that dark card had belonged to Creek, he would have had to insert it into his datapad with his teeth. Yuck. So who did the dark card belong to? Perhaps a customer who didn't like his prices. A disgruntled customer could have wiped their prints off the card to hide the fact that they were ever there. That's absurd. If the customer brought that dark card with them to the crime scene, why the hell wouldn't they take it with them when they left? It was stuck in the datapad. They could have pulled a little harder. They could have taken the datapad with them. Who would have left behind something that valuable? The card is worthless to everyone but its owner, to whom it could be priceless. Why would they choose to leave it behind? The answer to that is simple. If I'm honest, we're discussing the possibility of a deal gone south. What could cause that in the first place? Aggressive negotiating tactics? Or a customer who couldn't pay? This customer could afford a dark card, and yet they couldn't pay. Hold on, you're trying to see all these debts, all this carnage? You think it's all because their card got declined? Hard to live down that kind of faux pas. Murdering 4 or 5 people in order to skip paying your bill is pretty aggressive, but if you need your fix... Was there an indication the contraband was taken from the scene of the crime? Your Honor, that is difficult to say. Without knowing their inventory before the crime occurred, we cannot rule out this possibility. I was a little lackluster of a pushback. Is she really that thrown off by this witness playing hooky? Well, I hate to do this because I love spending time with you all and having a physical body and being ensouled. But it does seem like I have to declare a recess while we wait. Perfectly reasonable, Your Honor. That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard. What? Court is now in recess. So, Aria Holdings is not part of House Ikaria? No, it is. House Ikaria is comprised of the literal Ikaria family, the Ikaria Financial Group, and Aria Holdings. But each of those parts is a separate identity from the others. That is very confusing. No, it's... Well, yes, it can be confusing, but it protects us. Protects the IFG? No, protects the house from itself. If everyone in the Ikaria family was a member of the IFG, and the IFG was called the Ikaria family, that'd be much simpler. I know it would be simpler, but that's... What the hell is this guy to keep Rockford waiting? Are you addressing a question to me? I've never met the man. Well, he's met you, smacked you upside the head and cuffed you. If you say so. I told you, I don't remember anything after I walked out of that holding room. I'm in at any time. Apologies, Ed and I was just trying to answer your question. Who the hell is Officer Rogers? Find his socials or something? I found a news story attached to a live feed. He's shaking hands with some men at the top of the stairs. Right now, what's the headline? City council members thank heroic officer for his service. Oh, well, that makes sense. How can it? Emma's outranked. If the politicians decided now is the time to do photo ops, he doesn't have the poll to go against them. Are Officer Chopin's parents there? Yes, both his fathers were present. Adoptive fathers. Are you trying to make me feel better? Adoptive or not, they are his parents, and their pain is real. Of course. But that pain would be equally real if they weren't expressing it in front of those cameras, don't you think? If you're feeling guilty, Sosuke, please get it out of your system before the trial resumes. I don't feel guilty. Even if I did kill that officer, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. But that doesn't make it right. Taking a life? Parents having to outlive their children. And here I thought you'd be all about filial piety. You telling me you wouldn't take a bullet for your patriarch, Daisuke? Of course I would! And force him to outlive his son? How could you? Adopted son, from a branch family. Do I need to point out how badly you're contradicting yourself? Daisuke Ikaria could have let me waste away when the rest of the Hayakawa branch was killed. Instead, he placed me at the right hand of power, a seat of honor. A subservient seat. All seats are subservient. Not the one at the top. I didn't know the rest of your birth family died, Sosuke. Retaliation for the fall of the leaves. Quite the dignified way to refer to the Ikaria killing all those blue bloods 30 years ago. Anyway, it was my understanding that was a complete and total victory. The kind that left the blue bloods incapable of counterattacking. Very nearly so. You disapprove of what happened 30 years ago, Sosuke? Of course not. The barbarity of the house's enemies left it with no other choice but to act. No way out, huh? By the way, I was asked to pass along a message to you. If you're given a way out, take it. Who told you that? Mirai. And I don't give a shit about these people or the dynamic. She said her name was Mirai. Who is she? A powerful member of the house, on the side of Araya. Slow down, loose lips. I didn't ask for her whole life story. What? No, sarcasm. Sorry, I'm just surprised. Surprised that she would take a personal interest in the outcome of this affair. Did that message mean anything to you? I'm not sure. You're a terrifically helpful client, you know that? Something you should know about me, Morgan. About the Hound of Ikaria. I didn't earn that title as a bodyguard or head of security. And I didn't learn how to kill in the military. The Hound of Ikaria is the house's personal assassin. What happened to the House of Ikaria being refined? Elevated above their criminal past? The house is elevated. That status is granted to more enemies than ever. Enemies that need to be taken out silently, but undeniably. Undeniably? What I do is send messages. They need to be received by the right people, and they need to know who it's from. You kill so that the other houses in the nobility know it was the Hound, but can't prove that House Ikaria was responsible. Their own pride over being able to handle things internally and their humiliation of being outplayed ensures the deaths stay out of the papers. The entire police force can descend on a jaywalker caught by a reflection off of a dash cam, but the Neo-ability gets to wave off the surveillance state with a perfumed handkerchief, flaunting how the rules don't apply to them. Like I thought, a very pure expression of power. All that talk of you being Makoto's head of security, that was all. All true. I have been Makoto's head of security for the past year. Did your courier business dry up? Circumstances around Makoto had changed. I was asked to step in and fill a role. And what you said about guarding the previous heir, waving your katana around as soon as you could walk, the circumstances were different then too. Why tell me now? Because now that I've seen her, I don't think Rockford will have missed it. No, why didn't you tell me yesterday, the first time we met, when I could have actually prepared for this? Clearly, you've got some deeply held desire to rot in prison since you won't help me win this case. What happened in the last 5 minutes that you've suddenly got cold feet? Adonai. Yesterday, I thought you were just some outsider, in over their head, who would surely drown if they knew who they were defending. Today, I think you're an outsider, in over their head, who could stay afloat with a lifeline. Thanks for the heads up. 5 minutes' notice really comes in handy when your client asks you to catch a bullet. Admitting this in the middle of a court has surveillance everywhere. Attorney-client privilege. You are, even if anyone did act on this, attorney-client privilege means that any conversation between an attorney and their client should be wipeable. Theoretically. Anyways, excuse me. Sorry to disappoint you too, Sarah. I can imagine you're pleased to be defending a self-confessed killer. I don't know what you went through when you were a soldier, and I have no idea what you've gone through as an assassin. Yesterday, Adonai suggested I shouldn't speak about those kinds of things since I have no experience with them. I don't know if she's right about that, but soldiers and assassins do exist in this world, and they are still people. And I think I would be sad if I couldn't talk to any of them. On a related note, could you catch a bullet, Sosuke Ikariya? No, Sarah. But you're a cybernetically enhanced martial artist. But Sosuke, it'd be really cool if you could catch a bullet. Bullets are very fast. That is true. I could probably catch an arrow if I knew it was coming. Tell me more. I love Sarah and Sosuke's willingness to indulge her. Everyone loves Sarah. All right. Morgan going to take a little smoke break? All right, that was only 27 minutes. That was a lot longer than 27 minutes to me. All right, 48D. So you and your partner were the second officers to arrive on the scene? That's correct, ma'am. When the 1099 went out, my partner and I were relatively center city. We were within jogging distance of the site after an elevator ride, so we proceeded on foot. Sarah could catch a bullet. Yeah, but she wouldn't even need to, try. She would just, she wouldn't need to even do the hand-catching thing. If someone just shot her, the bullet would be caught. Because her alloy would just simply absorb it. Anyways. Roger still hasn't shown. Emma must have rushed London to adjust the reshuffled docket. I assume he was rushed. He does seem somewhat distracted. We arrived on the premises at 10:21 p.m. At 10:27 p.m., we assisted Officer Rogers in completing his arrest of the suspect. What did that involve? Reading rights to an unconscious man? That's a good bit! We helped Rogers finish cuffing the suspect, is what I meant. His hands were shaking. Your witness, counselor. I'd like to ask London why he wasn't explicit about all this yesterday, but complaining about a detective not being forthcoming with the defense isn't exactly a winning strategy. He didn't hesitate to show me his involvement with the Mafia yesterday. What's he got left to hide? Why were you nearby? Were your body cams on? How'd you clear the building? I don't care. Why were you nearby? Why were you near your partner in Center City that night, detective? Well, to be honest, I hadn't eaten dinner yet and I was really in the mood for some kind of hot soup, you know? My partner's kind enough to indulge me on taking a drive. That's all he's gonna say. Not like I can call him a compromised witness just because he was in the area, but what the hell is there to even press when his answer is that simple? Almost tempted to press anyways. Was the soup good? Was the soup any good, detective? I never got any in the end. Had this hole-in-the-wall place in mind, but when we got there, turned out that they'd gone out of business last month. It had been a while since I'd last stopped by. Guess I always knew they weren't that successful, but I thought... Honestly, I thought I'd lose some of its charm if it got popular. Maybe if I hadn't been so selfish, they'd still be there. They'd still be here. You never know how much you'll miss that 7 out of 10 restaurant until it's gone, you know? Yeah. Your Honor, relevance? It's not relevant, but it is poignant and deeply human. I'll allow it. Or I won't punish it, at least. Now ask a real question. Right away, Your Honor. Yes! Thank God. They put in a funny thing to let you be funny, and they don't penalize you for it. Excellent soup gaming. Were your body cams on? Dumb question, detective, but did you have your body camera on? Officers aren't required to turn on body cameras when responding to an emergency, counselor. And detectives aren't required to wear body cameras at all. Like I said, dumb question. What about your partner? But by any chance, did your partner have a body camera going? Perhaps have a characteristic abundance of respect for the rules. Matter of fact, I believe she did. So of the first 4 of our city's brave policemen to arrive at the scene of a crime, only one of them thought to turn their body cam on? It's my understanding that Rogers couldn't turn his on as it had broken earlier in the week. And Tariq Chopin? I don't know why he didn't have his on. Does Emma know? Does Officer Rogers? Alright, well, there's only one thing left to do. How'd you clear the building? And how did you and your partner go about clearing the building? And I took point and my partner covered me, checking the rooms behind it. Ah! Rocks, I can't believe this. Just because I'm never punished doesn't... Just because Morgan's never punished doesn't mean I'm never punished. Thank you, Monokuma, for rocking my world. It was tense, searching the rooms with that racket blaring from upstairs. You were still searching for suspects even though there was a 1099 on the 3rd floor? Rogers had already reported the manner of his partner's death, counselor. We weren't going to run upstairs to try and defibrillate. How was that report made? Over comms around 10:17 p.m. Is it common practice to separate from one another when responding to a 1099? It's one of several valid approaches the department advises in critical scenarios. Did you ever lose sight of your partner? Did you ever lose sight of your partner? I might have. So she might have lost sight of you. Speculation, Your Honor? If I can't see you, you can't see me. That's not speculation, Your Honor, just grade school logic. Overruled. Spill the deeds, witness! Yes, me and my partner were separated as we cleared the building. For more than a minute, I'd say. Interesting. Thank you for giving us all that to chew on, Detective London. Come on, give me a break. I was trying to be helpful. No, I mean it. Because that's... Blackjack! Yeah! I'm especially interested to hear you describe how my client was unconscious and helpless by the time he first appeared on any body cam. Shall we review that footage together? I wonder if we can pinpoint exactly how many wounds he received in between his arrest and when his mugshot was taken. Redirect, Your Honor. Really? What is she doing now? The prosecution called Detective London as their witness and asked their questions. Ad and I just had the chance to ask her own questions during the cross-examination. After the cross-examination, the people can redirect if they have additional questions for the witness. So it isn't just one for them and one for us. More like an eye for an eye for an eye until justice is blind and bloody. She wants another round. Why? You're stalling? Detective London, are you aware of an ongoing police investigation for a figure known as the Hound of Ikaria? Not stalling. Approach, Your Honor. Wait, do I finally get to say the line? Hold on. This is happening too fast. Okay. Oh. So you're... and they're already here. Oh, so you're a path. God, you... This Hound of Ikaria is obviously some kind of case file that the Organized Crimes Department is working on. Detective London isn't qualified to speak on it. Homicide, organized crimes, is there that big a difference? Depends on the career of the witness in question. Detective London, for example, spent 6 years in the Organized Crime Unit. You what? You didn't know that? Where are you taking this, Emma? Ugh. I hate to admit it, but I think I need spoilers as well. You ask him about this, what's he gonna say? That the Hound of Ikaria is an assassin who leaves calling cards with each of his kills, terrorizing the house's perceived enemies without shame. That the lead suspect in those cases is a man around Sosuke's age and height, with gray blue hair and a mottled spine, and a large tattoo of a dog across his back. Sosuke, you vain son of a bitch, you got made with your shirt off? Achoo! Bless you. Sarah never change, except sometimes maybe a little bit change, but it's okay. You cannot let the jury hear that, Your Honor. But I really want to. If organized crimes wanted to arrest Sosuke, they should have done so already. He's on trial here today for these 5 counts and nothing else. The defense has once again claimed that their client is merely some veteran who's been victimized by greater forces. But the police believe that he's in fact the deadliest soldier the Ikari have at their disposal. That's not irrelevant. No, it's just prejudicial as hell. Ugh. Girls fighting, but obeying the legal precedent. But the tension, the human drama. You'll just be giving a summary. The case file won't enter the record. They won't even give me the chance to object to the evidence. Your Honor, if you do this, the jury will be spoiled within seconds, and I'll have my client served up a mistrial before the day's through. And some other lucky adjutant will get to have all the rest of the fun. I've severed the jury's feed for the time being. I'd like to hear exactly what the witness has to say before ruling on this testimony's inclusion. But Your Honor, the gallery is not your concern, nor a concern of justice. This trial will remain open to the public. Is the judge a robot? Yes. In this cyberpunk dystopia, in order to speed up the judicial process, adjutants were created. AI robots that have 9 different personality cores in them in order to enact fair judgment in cases that are to handle cases easily. So the rest of the judges can spend all their time focusing on writing precedent and handling more important cases. Big things like that. The adjutants can handle like regular crime and stuff. Why'd they give her a huge rack? Have you seen Justice? Like the statue of Lady Justice? The blind one with the laurels? She has normal sized tits, but technically not AI, and automated dependent. Different. Anyways. This trial will remain open to the public until such a time as I or the state feel it shouldn't be. Decision made! Thank you, Your Honor. What just happened? The jury's gonna take a bathroom break. Emma will get to ask her questions, but in all likelihood, the adjutant will make sure they never hear the answers. So we aren't any worse off? Sosuke might be. What do you mean? This gallery's filled to the brim with cops. They all think he killed Chopin. If London regales us all with tales of the Hound's exploits on top of that, don't worry, Sosuke, they can't do anything to you here. Because we're in a courtroom. I won't spend the rest of my life in this room, Sarah. And even if I could, I wouldn't. Detective London, if you would, please testify to the... Oh, for real? Your Honor? What now? Hey, Rockford, that witness guy who flaked on you made you look dumb. Yes. He's finally here. Huh? Thank you, Your Honor. I have no more questions for the witness at this time. Really? But the redirect fizzles out. Counselor, you want to snap it up? No, Your Honor. Dang, Detective London. Nobody wants to talk to your ass. Why'd they give her a nose? Again, like the design of the robot is the body that that 8084, the program inhabits, is based off of like a form of Lady Justice. But this one's insane. So, anyways. Nobody wants to talk to your ass. Rockford let it go. She doesn't hold anything back in the courtroom, but only because that's what gives her the greatest chance of victory. If the jury wouldn't hear it either way, she has no need to stall for time. She won't stoke the coals for the fun of it. If you hadn't fought against that redirect up until the very last moment... Bullet caught, huh? Yeah, nothing impressive about putting my arm between the gun and my... heart? I was gonna say stomach. The analogy seems weaker somehow. I love Insane Lady Justice. She is great. She's inspired by Monokuma, Junko, like a bunch of other fucking like insane people. It's awesome. Anyways, there he is. Man in the hour. The hero who put a stop to the Hound of Ikari and brought justice to the city over the loss of its favorite son, Tariq Chopin. Patrol Officer Rogers reporting for duty. You don't have to say that. Sorry, then just reporting for duty? Name and occupation. Patrol Officer Huey Rogers. Occupation? Patrol Officer. Isn't Monokuma just Junko? There are slight differences. There are important differences to understand about the difference between Monokuma and Junko. Monokuma is Junko playing a part. Junko on her own is a much wilder, different beast. Monokuma is is an avenue. Is an avenue for Junko to explore ways that she can't be herself. Usually. Even as the ultimate despair, Monokuma is... Even as the ultimate despair, even with her wild mood swings, she's still expected to be certain ways. Monokuma lets her explore other ways of being an insane little freak. And also by being adorable. But also still, like, different than the adorable Junko, you know? It's having some sort of avatar that like, is a little bit different from what you really are. But just still... It's still you, but it's still different. But it's still... Anyways. Former partner of Tariq Chopin. Apologies for earlier. It's fine, the court understands the city council had need of you. And I said my name wrong. Won't happen again. And your tardiness. What's that? Being hours late to this trial. Did I not set a reminder? Oh my fucking god! Does seeing him here in the flesh jog your memory at all? No, not at all. I think this guy would be pretty hard to forget. He must have sustained quite the concussion then. As an appetizer. From what I saw, he's lucky nothing important leaked out of his ears. Shall we begin, Officer Rogers? Right. From where? The start! Oh. Well, it was a pretty boring, normal night. Me and Chopin were just driving our route, windows down. He was always getting car sick if the windows weren't down. And then around 9:45 or so, my partner heard shots fired. Emma is so fun. Emma is amazingly fun. I'm also reading this guy like fucking Mike Meekins. That's what this guy is to me. But anyways, he did a murder, so we're not going to let up on him even a little bit. So off we went. What does that mean? Well, shots echo down in the lower ward, so I wasn't too sure about the direction. But my partner was confident that it had something to do with the Blue Bloods. That area is a known hotspot. As we neared the street, we saw people slinking away from it. And we got the message. People can sense that kind of trouble even when they don't know it. Something bad had gone down and no one wanted anything to do with it. Front door wouldn't budge. I peeked around into the alley, but the fire escape was out of commission. And my partner shot clean through the door handle. Chopin was that determined to get inside based on some echoed gunshots and a few context clues. Those context clues are most of what I used to find the place too, but... So when you arrived, the only way into the building was locked? Yeah, and so we had a strong reason to believe the shooter was still in the vicinity. I was in favor of waiting for backup at this point, but my partner, he was convinced the place was dead empty already. He was moving a good bit faster than me right up until we got to the second floor, and we heard a loud slam. A slam? What kind of slam? Like slam? Or like salam? Or like slam? I don't know. It was loud, though. And Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay and he goes ahead. Up to the third floor. After a bit, he yelled down to me saying everyone was dead and I should come join him. That's when I heard another heavy thud. I didn't know it was the sound of my partner's body hitting the floor. But I put two and two together when I saw that man there standing over him. Let the record show the witnesses finally identified the defendant. If you're in a noise at a crime scene, the natural conclusion would be that you were not alone. But if Chopin thought they weren't alone, why would he insist on splitting up? Search quickly? To prevent escape is the most logical reason. Prevent escape. That's it. Chopin must have wanted to split up so they could cut off possible routes of escape. Perhaps I can shed some light on the late officer's actions. With more speculation, with some helpful theorizing, capped off with hard evidence. Officer Chopin explicitly told his partner to stay behind, and the only reason he'd do that is if he thought it'd let them catch an escaping suspect. Why would he think a suspect was escaping if he heard a noise upstairs? He wouldn't. He'd only think a suspect was escaping if the noise he heard was. The sound of the dumpster? I'm a little bit confident in this. Am I maximum? I'm maximum, sure. Okay. Bam! A noise that came from the alley. What kind of noise would that be? A noise like the one I was treated to when Detective London clumsily shut the dumpster out there. Hey now, it left my ears ringing too, you know. What are you even talking about? I'm talking about an exit plan. In other words, how the real culprit managed to flee the scene. What does a dumpster lid relate to some imaginary suspect's great escape? 1963, 172 minutes. Fuck off! God damn it! It took me a fucking second to remember that The Great Escape is the name of a very popular movie. God damn it. The only way to get to the third floor to the street without going past the two cops clearing the building would be by going down the fire escape and into the alley. A fire escape that's broken, so no one could climb up it, but anyone could jump from it onto the dumpster below. Yeah. I can kind of see it. That must be a dead pixel you're seeing, Your Honor. Were there boot prints on top of the dumpster? A dent in the lid? Well, that's... No? Of course not. So there's no proof, no reason at all to think that anyone jumped down onto it. And no reason for us to entertain this train of thought. Damn it, that's... Again, nothing. Even if there had been damage to the dumpster, I could never prove it was caused by a fleeing culprit. Adonai. I'm thinking. I know. But might this not possibly be the time for you to stop thinking and instead flip the go board as like you've told me to do before? You're horribly misquoting me. But Emma says there's no proof that anyone fled the crime scene. If there was proof of that, what would it look like? Proof that someone was in that room when the police first arrived, but not there when the police got to the third floor? They would have had to take the fire escape if Rogers never saw them. And they couldn't have taken the fire escape without first opening the window. It's been bothering me since yesterday. I was sure those windows were closed when I left, but they've been open ever since the crime scene was secured. And I can't testify to that. But one time I know the truth and I want to get it out. I can't admit it without screwing myself over. Adonai, any luck? Pardon the interruption, Your Honor. I have no objections at this time. Yes, you do. You're beating yourself up about it too much. Oh, hey, Officer Rogers. Lower Wards Patrol, like saltwater, rosemary, and graffiti art, just like sand and marshmallows, the lottery, wakes up at 5:30 a.m., can't stand mice, balance easily upset. Yeah. But like, the bloodstain means that they were shot and the windows were closed. You don't need to be a magnificent master murderer to point out that contradiction. And the witness may continue? Please do. But rewind a bit first if you could, since we got off topic. And don't spare any detail. Tell the court exactly what you saw, felt, and heard that night. Of course, the witness is a trained officer of our city's prestigious police force. He'll gladly recount every minutia for us. Line by line. I wonder why he hates the lottery. Well, because he's unlucky as fuck. Like, every detail? Especially the irrelevant ones! Sir, yes, sir. I did get a little in my head just now. Better listen through his whole testimony at least once before I start looking for holes. It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. The door was locked. I checked the alley, but didn't see another way in. So Chopin shot off the lock through the handle, and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs, then there was a slam and my partner bolted upstairs. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running. Find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body! Is anything out to you, Adonai? Yeah, my ears pricked up a bit. The saying is perked up, is it not? What? Let me focus. Okay, the sound system. The fire escape. And the front door. Shot off the lock, followed some kind of loud music. And a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running. And the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. If the music was playing loudly, how did you hear a thud? Yeah, no. If you heard you couldn't have possibly heard the thud if the sound system was still on. It sounds like quite the sensory overload hearing it described in such detail. Yeah, could have been very overwhelming. But the five senses are still bound by logic, and he's claiming something that contradicts the crime scene as we know it. There was some kind of loud music, that's true. You heard a thud from upstairs and came running. How did you hear a thud when the sound system was playing loudly? Wanna bet? Fuck. Was that supposed to be funny, counselor? You look like you needed a laugh. Flirting right in front of me. Pardon? Normies! Get overruled! Better stop making sloppy mistakes. I think the adjutant's about ready to crash. Fire escape and the front door. Okay. The front door. Anything about the front door? Nothing about that. Fire escape? Anything about the fire escape? No. And the sound system? Like, again, we just know that it was very loud. Did it say it was unfunctional? No, it was on. The music was on. And the sound system does still work, I'm pretty sure. It was still playing music loudly by the time crime scene tech started scanning the environment. Quiet night. Headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. It was very loud. Not dead quiet. How about that? Okay, cool. There we go. How could you have arrived to find the place dead quiet when there was a surround system blaring on the top floor? The Wizard must not have heard the sound system. This is a noisy city, even in the lower wards. But he did hear the music. He described it in his testimony just now. There's a lot of music up the stairs. The building was dead quiet when you were outside, but you could hear music from the first floor. Well, yeah. Heard the music pretty much as soon as we stepped inside. Right, there was soundproofing on the windows. So the windows were closed and then they were opened. Now we have our way in. Only after you stepped inside. Yeah? Sturdy door, I guess. Your Honor, the witnesses established that the front door was very secure and tightly locked. There's nothing strange about it blocking out some amount of sound. But it blocked out, like, all the sound. Once the door was open, the music was booming. The scene of the crime was a known Blue Blood property, yes? A safe house apartment complex of sorts, as I understand it. They must have made a number of modifications to the premises. That front door certainly looked like a newish addition. Check. Maybe they redid the windows, too. I don't get it. I don't mind stating it plainly, Your Honor. That building has been thoroughly soundproofed. That building has been thoroughly soundproofed, Your Honor. You think the building was soundproofed? I know it was. I experienced it myself, stepping out of the lower wards and into its dingy nightclub vibe. That would explain what the witness experienced, wouldn't it? Perhaps, but that wouldn't explain the building being dead quiet when they arrived. Not unless the window next to the sound system was closed. Showed my hand a bit there. She knows what I'm gunning for. Counselor, asking the court to accept that the building happened to be soundproofed is not the flawless argument you're making it out to be. The window in question opens to the alley. Rogers could have easily missed the noise coming out of it, even though he already testified that he checked the alley before his partner shot the door open. He might have merely neglected to mention that he heard music at the time. Music in the alley? Yeah, I would have noticed that kind of thing, right? Stop telling the truth! Just shut up, Rogers, you piece of shit! Fast on the uptake, this one. I'm looking at these arcs from every angle I can, rotating cubes in my mind as fast as my programming will allow, and I'm still seeing a crime scene where the windows are open. What am I doing wrong? There's a trick to it. Try focusing on just a single cube first. Once you've got one spinning consistently, yes, Your Honor, the windows were found open. It's a contradiction. The windows were closed when the officers arrived, but opened by the time Rogers got to the third floor. That means that someone must have opened them. Someone not currently on trial, Your Honor. You should stretch before attempting mental gymnastics that intense, Counselor. You claim that the windows were originally closed, and only opened at the last moment as some mystery individual fled down into the alley. But we know Creek was standing in front of those windows when he was shot. And we can see where his blood landed, on the sides of the windows that face into the room when open. If, as you claim, the windows are closed when he was shot, then his blood somehow ended up on the wrong side of the glass. Your theory is flawed, a far-flung fantasy with nothing other than Officer Rogers' poor hearing to support it. All the actual evidence shows that at the time of the murders, the windows were exactly as they found them, flung open. Your logic's faulty, and I can't overturn with any given piece of evidence. But I can point out the flaw in how she's presented her evidence. Thank you for the advice about taking full advantage of the arcs, by the way. But trust me, there are some things that are best understood by visiting the crime scene in person. What? Helps keep you from getting flipped around. The fingerprints on the handles. Scene open by all officers. Where are the fucking handles on this thing? Are they sliding windows? The fingerprints on the handle seems like the best piece of, like, big evidence. I'm gonna go halvesies. Apologies, Your Honor. I'm just confused. Why is Miss Rockford talking about those windows? As if they swing open. Okay, all right. Yeah, they don't swing open. What are you talking about? Those windows don't swing into the room. They're pulled to the side. What? Didn't you see the fingerprints they found on the handles? One look at that should tell you which side of the glass faces indoors. Funny, wasn't that in the arcs? Oh, this is some very chic interior design I'm seeing. Very wabi-sabi! So if the windows only slide parallel to the walls, it wouldn't matter whether they were open or shut when Creek was shot. The blood would always end up on the same side. Hey! I said I finally got the windows lined up right in the arcs. You didn't say that. At least not aloud. Thank you for always listening, Sarah. But I said it just now, so whatever. What do you mean lined up? And the blood spatter. Looks a lot nicer now, doesn't it? Yes, thank you, Your Honor. That is so inappropriate for an adjutant to do. But it's gotten us all on the same page. We can all reasonably conclude the windows were closed when Creek was shot at the very least. Yes. Though when they were next opened is something you'll fight over, I'm sure. Now, if this ARC data could just tell me whether the windows are actually soundproof, I doubt the ARC could simulate that accurately for you, Your Honor. But if we re-examine the scene for that specifically, it should be simple enough to waste the court's time. Forgive me for repeating myself, Your Honor, but even if we prove conclusively that the windows were soundproof, the defense's argument still hinges entirely on the omission of one detail in the witness's testimony. Putting it another way, just because he didn't hear the music, that doesn't mean he couldn't hear the music because the soundproof windows were closed. The devil's proof. Yes, and you actually used it right this time. I did my reading. She's effectively conceded the windows were soundproof, but she's also shifted tactics and information I don't recognize. That's to be expected, I'm no general. But I don't need Makoto here to tell me that war is deception. So how about a little misdirection? Listen up, Sarah. The important thing about the devil's proof is that it's always on our side. The side of the underdogs, lovers, and dreamers the world around. The side of the defense, innocent until proven guilty. And that's what makes the devil so infuriating for the prosecution. The people make a fair point, Your Honor. There really isn't any hard evidence for my fleeing suspect theory at the moment. But the people haven't disproven it either, have they? Yeah! I forget the exact details, Your Honor, but all we need is a shadow of a doubt, right? To overturn 5 dead bodies, the testimonies of 3 cops, and a room soaked to the floorboards and forensic evidence. Yeah. Eat shit and die, idiot! Shadow of a doubt. Fenu. Yeah? Is that what they say? Fury, indignation. Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to piss off everyone here? Yes. Come on, you don't hate my theory that much, do you? I'm warming up to it. Then I'll stick to the facts for now. At the time Rogers and Chopin arrived, the front door was locked. The music was still playing at the scene of the crime, even if Rogers didn't notice it until stepping inside. And at the moment Creek was shot, at least, we can be certain the soundproof windows behind him were closed. Yes, those are the facts. Why are you restating them? Because there's something that's been bothering me. If we accept that these are facts, one part of the Honorable Officer Rogers' testimony makes no sense. Heard gunshots in the lower wards, headed towards the sound. Where's the flaw in his testimony? Hearing the thud is kind of a big issue, but I think if it was soundproofed and the windows were closed and nobody could hear anything, who heard the shots? And that's really the big thing that we're driving at here. How could these 2 officers have set off in response to the sound of gunshots if the room was deafened at the time the gun was fired? Ooh! Now you go there. Oh, crap. Yeah. Wait, excuse me? What are you talking about? It's the very first thing you told us, officer. Your partner heard gunshots. But how is that possible? That's it. But he said it. Even on the radio, he called it in. Sure enough, I can see right here in the police network's database. 9:45 p.m., Officer Tariq Chopin reports shots fired. So he did, and since we can't ask him to testify, we'll just have to take him at his word. But just to clarify, Officer Rogers, are you saying you never heard any gunshots yourself? Well, I didn't have my head out the window like him, so that's what you're trained to do, isn't it? Report anything you see or hear across the network? Well, one report is usually sufficient, but confirmation is always ideal, right? Yes or no, Officer Rogers? I never heard any gunshots. Hang on, are you really? So you never heard a peep, but your partner, he somehow managed to waltz you both over to exactly where 4 vicious murders had been committed, before anyone else got there. I just drove where he pointed, so... Counselor, you need to be very careful here. Thank you for your concern, Miss Rockford. But don't forget, I hate losing. Pardon? I said, but don't forget to direct your comments to the bench! Oh, God, I love women fighting. I dropped my little pen. I need my little... important. I gotta spin it in my fingers to feel important. But I need to stop fidgeting with it while I'm on stream. Anyways, you bring that up now? Every cop in the room already thinks I'm a mob lawyer at this point. Compared to that, mocking memory of the deceased is small time. I feel like you're gonna say something shocking here, and I should stop you. But I can't really stop you before you say it, so... I'm just confused is all, Your Honor. How could Officer Chopin have possibly arrived at the scene of the crime when he couldn't have heard any gunshots unless he was asked to come there directly? Oh, like he got an Evite? Exactly. Officer Chopin answered a distress call from the Blue Bloods. Tumult, commotion, uproar, pandemonium. Tell me, are these her usual tactics? Turning the entire city against her for no discernible reason? No? Well, the first time we met, she did technically... Your Honor, the defense is completely out of line. The gallery's pretty poorly behaved, too. You gonna rein this in, or should I? Allow me. Tariq Chopin was an upstanding officer with no marks on his record. You say he was some kind of blue blood pawn, but he had to break into their building in order to enter. And you have the gall to claim he answered a distress call when there's no panic button, no phone records to suggest one was ever sent? True. True? That's all you have to say after posthumously accusing the son of 2 city councilmen of being corrupted by blue blood pocket change? It's a fair point. Chopin was the son of 2 city councilmen and by all accounts a dedicated police officer. He wouldn't work with the Blue Bloods without an unusually strong motive. The kind of thing that would make the headlines. What are you? Time to flex your media literacy. Choose and present the article that shows a motive for Chopin to work with the Blue Bloods. Remember, you can reread articles at any time with the phone. But are you ready to read them? But you already read them front to back, right? The serial bombings of Witch of the West? No. The feds are involved in the hunt? No. The convention. City contract for Mercs. Heightened security. Helium fuel leaked on purpose. The ballot measure. Hi, Starry. Welcome in. Hi, Raiders. Welcome. You're playing One Shot. Isn't that right? What a phenomenal little game. Love One Shot. I hope you enjoyed your time. Let's give a shout out to Starry. Starry's great. Shout out. Starry Bright V. Is this case sensitive? No, thank God. I never remember. Anyways, thank you so much for the raid. I hope your stream went well. If you're not familiar, I'm Andromeda Zach. I play a lot of video games. Kind of just whatever, you know, whatever I feel like playing. Sorry, no themes, just variety. We are currently playing Of the Devil, Toxic Yuri Ace Attorney. Behold on screen. On the left, we have Morgan, Evangeline Morgan, a criminal defense attorney. On the right, we have Emma Rockford, a totally upstanding assistant defense attorney. Assistant district attorney, I mean. My bad. Works for the state. The games usually involve murder. Well, you know. What game doesn't? Animal Crossing? Tell that to my shovel. Tell that to the gyroids. I'm glad you hear you fully finished the game. I played it back in, like, I want to say like 20 Was I still in high school? I don't know. I'm gonna say 2018 is when I finished One Shot. But yeah, good game. Much appreciate. 1 million Nicopats. All right. Get my cursor back on the screen. Yeah, I jumped in late. That's fair. That's extremely fair. Oh, both the Chopin members were on here, weren't they? Both of the Chopins were here on the funding of the Atlas rejuvenation projects. That's what this is. Oh yeah, guess what? Oh no, I'm worried. Officer Chopin would ever compromise his well-documented morals for anything less than an earth-shaking opportunity. Yes, Counselor, but his family's very well off. What could this earth-shaking opportunity possibly have been? How about a donation to his parents? Ah! My wig snatched! All because of this really great testimony that we're doing in this Ace Attorney game. Of the Devil, this fantastic defense attorney game. What? Sidebar for a moment? What? How are you all thinking about voting? Oh, don't get me started. I'm a political junkie. What are you? Sorry, on the ballot measure specifically. Huh? Am I the only one who sweats over this stuff? Maybe it's old-fashioned, but I was hoping to hear some diverse, nuanced opinions on Proposition 492. Wait, but that's the funding of Atlas Pillar rejuvenation projects. Not sponsored, by the way. True. I think it's a nice idea, bringing prosperity to the lower wards, literal stability to everyone above them. And of course, mother of all paydays to anyone lucky enough to own the land it'll require. Wait a minute, you mean you? Am I the only one who reads the news anymore? Wasn't counting on this being rhetorical, but who on the city council is sponsoring Proposition 492? Chopin's parents? One last question, less rhetorical this time. This crime took place at a known Blue Blood property. So why was this found there? The red ink documents. The red ink. Ah! Highly confidential red ink documents were found underneath Chopin's corpse. They're almost entirely illegible by now, but you can still make out a reference to P492 right here. That struck me as odd. Reinforcing the canopy. A state construction project that massive in the lower wards would mean even the police can't keep a crime scene secure down there unless they're willing to play ball with the Blues. You'd have to get past the Blue Bloods. Or through them with open arms and firm handshakes. Just what the hell are you trying to say? Counselor Morgan, if you... Sorry, wasn't sure actually to spell it out, but it certainly looks like. Patrol Officer Tariq Chopin was working with the Blue Blood Mafia to defraud the city. Uh-oh. Gekido, vehemence, wrath, outrage! She said it. She said that? What did you just say? Are you trying to piss off every cop and every politician in the city? Sorry, I'll gladly retract my statement. That is, as soon as any cop or politician or prosecutor can explain to the court how Tariq Chopin was able to arrive at the crime scene that night when we all know damn well he never heard any gunshots. It is a bit of a pickle. What you got for us, witness? What? I don't know. He had good ears or something. Or good intuition or whatever. Your Honor, the simplest explanation is that Officer Chopin was tipped off by a CI that he neglected to inform his partner about. Hey, Chopin wasn't a patrol officer with secret criminal informants that he'd hide from his own partner. That sounds horribly corrupt. And you called my comments inflammatory? Corrupt? You got brass, all right. That's real rich coming from a mob lawyer defending the Hound of Icaria! Big uh-oh. Your Honor, the witness's last statement was a regrettable slip of the tongue. Frankly, his entire testimony has been less than ideal, and so I'd already snipped the jury's feed with the crowd. Seriously? He's the Hound? But isn't the Hound that growing furor? Cop killing animals. No, that whole house stank like shit. Watch what you say about a man's family, you Or what? You'll stab us in the back too? Sosuke, please calm down. And shut up. Bad apple? Hang the whole house with him. Your Honor, these outbursts from the gallery are not ideal, but we need to focus on preventing. It's not enough you butchered him like that. Animals! You gotta pay this lawyer to spit on his grave too? At least the Blue Bloods know their place. How dare you? Well, you pigs were colluding with Blue Bloods to rip off everyone in the lower wards. Better a Blue Blood than the piss running in your veins. Sarah, hold him. Pardon? Stop him from doing anything stupid now. Okay, it was fun, but now you've ruined it. You're all done. This court is now in recess. Bailiffs, clear the room. It's not enough. Nah, I'm not done talking. I want to speak. Tell him, Rogers. This heat. Burn the house. Tension like a haze in the air. Rip him out by the roots. And on the back of my neck, every last one. Should have taken you out when I had the chance, you. Bead of sweat and something that feels like. Die, you son of a bitch! Behind us. Get down! What am I reaching for? I don't even have my gun. London! Oh my God! What a fucking moment. What a fucking moment. Holy shit. Hey, are you okay? Are you hit? Sosuke, I am not injured. The danger's gone. The heat of the moment replaced by the chill of a cold sweat on my lower back. But why did you push me down? What do you mean, why? Why did I take my time turning back to trace the bullet's trajectory. Vaguely, I'm aware of stomping feet as the crowd rushes to the exit, but the sound is far away. Reflexes, sorry. You alright there, ma'am? I'm fine, Detective. Thank you. For a moment, I lock eyes with Detective Kasim London. In that instant, I recognize a nameless flickering across his face, cold and sharp like frostbitten furs. Nameless. We don't need a word for it, because we only ever see it once. At the very end. Okay. I've taken 60 seconds to yell into a couch pillow, so maybe now one of you could tell me what the hell happened out there? Hi, Judge Barrows. How did that man get into the courtroom, the building, and with a weapon like whatever the hell that was? It was his own arm, Madam Barrows, sorry. Superior Judge of the Higher Circuit likes hot springs, cold beer, and warm tea. Dislikes waking up before her alarm. Cat person? I happen to be allergic. Mark answer is yes. Never forgets a password shorter than 10 characters. Favorite season? Fall. Modded illegally to some literal chop shop. Fully prosthetic, but fairly low tech. He uses a simple air intake system and projectiles made of enamel. Enamel as in teeth? Where on earth do these people... Doesn't trigger any metal detectors, looks organic from the outside. But if you're aiming at flesh, it gets the job done. And are metal detectors all that stand between a crazed gunman and the law of the land? No, Your Honor. We're looking into it now. I've already found some discrepancies in the personnel files of courthouse security team members. He probably got his hands on a key card, lost, bought, or stolen, and had it modified to get him into the building. That work? Only needs to work once. This time it did. I doubt he expected to leave alive, so you ask me, we're lucky he stuck with something more directed instead of an explosive. This is a nightmare. What am I supposed to do now? The jury must be horrified. I don't know how we could proceed. As I recall, the adjutant cut their feed the moment Officer Rogers mentioned the Hound of Ikaria. So they didn't actually see the shooting. And by the way, how does a patrol officer know that my client is the lead suspect in that case? Would anyone like to explain that to me? Well, you'd have to ask organized crimes. But the mood around Rogers has been celebratory. I'd imagine there were plenty of cops eager to describe in detail what he'd achieved by catching Sosuke red-handed. Allegedly, there's no presumption of innocence in station locker rooms and cop bars, counselor. So the OC department buys Rogers a round of drinks, and 24 hours later, I've got a shooter in my courtroom. Who was he? Shooter's been ID'd as Bowen Bresson, low-level muscle in the Blue Blood Mafia. Priors for possession, dealing, assault. Attempting to carry out an assassination in a courtroom full of cops is quite the step up. Any connection to Creek's pod? Older generation, different part of town. Not exactly thick as thieves. Trying to execute Sosuke wasn't an act of revenge. He was given orders. Yes, that's very interesting, but that's a job for the police to handle. Counselor Morgan, I assume you'll be filing for a mistrial? About that. I feel it's in my client's best interest for the trial to continue. What? A Blue Blood gunman just tried to shoot him. But the jury didn't see that. All they know right now is they've been given a long lunch. 2? The goal, Your Honor, as I've always understood it, is for a defense attorney to do what's best for their client. Right now, clearly, the Blue Blood Mafia is convinced my client killed 4 of their men. And every cop in the city thinks he killed Officer Chopin. If he walks in a mistrial, he won't be able to walk down the street without getting shanked. Sosuke Ikariya doesn't need a mistrial. He needs a media blackout. I really hate that term. He's right, Your Honor. If the story spreads that the Blue Bloods tried to assassinate Sosuke, every juror in the city will assume he's guilty. We won't be able to find anyone over the age of 10 who hasn't heard of him, let alone get the 12 unbiased peers to judge him. Even if that's true, and even if it's possible, what you're asking for is... Detectives, the building's still in lockdown, and the procedures is to keep it that way another half hour. We would have to... The stands were full of police officers, and any one of them could... Ambulance chasers will pay prime for a story this rich. Someone's gonna break rank. We don't need the blackout to last forever. We just need it to be intimidating enough that the story doesn't leak until the trial's over. Which will be when, exactly? We could finish tomorrow. There aren't that many witnesses left on the docket. Finished? Tomorrow? Yes, Your Honor. Oh my god, you fuck... Fine. Yes, we'll have a blackout. A big, scary old blackout like we're the shadowy masters of the universe. Happy? Perfectly. Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, follow me. You'll need my authorization to activate the building's blanket protocols. Right behind you, ma'am. Bryce, be arguing for the same thing as you, for once. Thanks for not gagging from the effort. Any other defense attorney in the city would have taken the mistrial. Dump the Hound of Ikari on some other idiot's doorstep and cash their check. Some other idiot, huh? Or is it that you can't dump him? You under house arrest already? I haven't felt threatened by them. That could change fast if you fail them. House Ikari are high society, haven't you heard? And I'm beneath their notice. I don't think they'd bother to axe me just for underperforming. Sounds like exactly the kind of thing that high society types would do. Going this far for your client, though? You know me. Defender of the weak, champion of the downtrodden. I'd go through a lot more than this to keep my face out of the papers. Hopefully when the story does eventually leak, the focus should be entirely on Sosuke. But if this means people start recognizing me, remembering me, gonna get in bed soon, have a good night. Have a good night, Starry! Good night! Bye! Bowen Bresson will be glad London did him in one. I'd twist the knife slow as a second hand if he's... You okay? Compared to you, I guess not. I've never seen anyone get shot before. Oh. Right. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. That was... Maybe I'm feeling jealous. I spend all this time poring over crime scenes and diagrams, trying to get inside the head of Heartbreak of all people, and... What if people start making a visual novel depicting my exploits? So true. If that was the case, we'd have to stab them. Recreating a detailed retelling of my many murders. We've only seen the detailed retelling of 5 so far? It's fine. Maybe I get it into my head that I'm some kind of unfeeling badass. Just to freeze up like a deer at the sight of actual violence. I'll need to get over that. Do you? Do you need to get over it? I have a responsibility. Prosecutor isn't a hangman, Emma. No. If a hangman does their job right, the neck snaps and the subject's dead before the pain ever reaches their brain. If I do my job right, Sosuke Ikaria spends the rest of his life drooling on himself while Megs haggle over the property rights to his gray matter. If you feel that bad about it, you could always recommend a lesser sentence. That's just the thing. I've never felt that bad about it at all. Runs in the family. The way she whispered it, and that half-stuttering sigh. Ooh. I'm not sure she even heard it herself. Fascinating. 6 murders. How many? So there was case 0. There was a flash of someone she killed in case 1. There's the 4 people she killed this time. Then there's like vague flashbacks of other people going like, "Why were you born? Why was a monster like you let into this world?" That's I wouldn't count that as recreating a detailed retelling of murders. I think this is just 5 so far. 5 so far. You can, man, whatever. State building, floor 48. All right, that should free up your phone from the blanket. Thank you, Detective London. You're a welcome, Counselor Morgan. Something I said? You didn't say anything yesterday about what the Hound of Ikaria really is. Come on, there's a lot of code names to remember. Would you believe me if I said I didn't put 2 and 2 together? Maybe I would if I had seen you act that fast back in the courtroom. That was a lucky shot. From across the room with the crowd moving around him. Yeah, real lucky. And I know, I'm agreeing with you. Though it would be a lot less lucky if you were, say, already watching him. Did you know? No. But I'm flattered you think I'm brave enough to stick around for a shooting that I knew would happen. But you recognized him? Tickled a spot in the back of my brain, even in disguise. It helped that the guy was fidgeting around all day. Bresson had been in the courtroom all day? How long had he waited for to take his shot? Did you get a good look at him? I did not. You shot him very fast. Eyes bloodshot to hell and back, nosebleed, flushed extremities. He was high as a drone. Probably metahexphenolin, considering how well the Blue Bloods have done pushing it. Nirvana. Party drug that college kids are huffing? It's been a long time since I was in college. I guess it could be good for a party in small doses. I'm hypothesizing here. Don't take this out of context. Sure. But at higher doses? A couple of months ago, I saw this guy stumbling around one of the open markets. Eyes dilated and mouth moving a block a minute. He knocked over some bicycles, so I cuffed him to the rack, hoping he'd sober up within the hour and I could move on. I took a phone call and when I looked back, he was trying to chew through the chain. He broke 4 teeth. And he had started biting his arm by the time I knocked him out. Ew. But anecdotes are cheap, and one bad triple act will hardly slow the ball now that it's rolling. You believe the hype? Think they're going to legalize it? Within the next 2 quarters, if you ask me. What'll happen to the Blue Bloods' monopoly? Up in smoke. Whew. Oh, you missed some serious drama, huh? London shot a guy! Yes, you did. You're going to have to go back and watch this VOD. Unfortunately, you picked to BRB at the worst times. Though, to be fair, it's not like this game stops happening at any point. Anyways. Pharma megs and dispensaries of the world will step in to reap the rewards. And the Blue Bloods will have to slink off and cook up some other haze to push. The great tide rolls on. The Blue Bloods have legitimate income sources, right? Like Cyanus? Yep, some of them are even pretty profitable, like their host clubs and pink rooms. Because the Blue Bloods can run those businesses just fine, why can't they stay in control of Nirvana once it's legalized? There's competition and name recognition in locale and real estate. Basically, they can't afford it. This game is always happening. A lot can happen in 25 minutes, it's true. The buy-in's too steep and everyone past the door likes it that way. Legal drugs are a whole other realm of profitable. Folks like the Ikaria do not want to share. Gee, not even on special occasions. Well, like I told you, there was that meeting last year, but their playdate fell apart. Hey, what you said back there in court about Prop 492? Really buy that? Tariq Chopin working with Blue Bloods? Quite the unlikely pairing, I'll admit. That night explained why it ended the way it did. So what was the verdict? The verdict is only handed down after the jury's finished deliberating. That may take... The show must go on. And the shooter? Getting introduced to the accommodations down to the morgue right about now. He was some blue blood muscle named Bresson. Ring a bell? As I've said, these blue bloods are alien. He tried to shoot you, Sosuke, and I was standing very close to you when it happened. I'd like a little more detail than that. I've never met him, never heard of him. That's the truth. The Bresson family is known to be enforcers for blue blood leadership. So it's the old guard who wants you dead. Does that make you the young bloods? Does that make the young bloods an enemy of an enemy? Didn't you tell me Creek was a young blood? Considering what I'm on trial for, I doubt they're fond of me either. God damn it, Sosuke. Who doesn't hate your ass? I need to try harder to disregard the nonsense that comes out of that adjutant's mouth. It might be starting to sink in. Oh no, she's turning me into a California girl. Yeah. Love it, love it, love it, love it. I love that just being around her is infecting her with brain rot. Sosuke, you were captured when you could have been ignored. You were tortured when you could have been ransomed. And now these people are trying to kill you in one of the most secure buildings in the city. What are they after? Why are you at the top of the Blue Blood shit list? Is it because of last year's meeting? Yeah, that sounds right. Is it because of what happened a year ago? How did you know about what happened a year ago? A meeting between the old guard and the house, apparently. You were going to work out a deal for the Ikarian network to distribute a Blue Blood product. Why would we want the basement-cooked swill the Blue Bloods make sold in our storefronts, our pharmacies? You wouldn't. Not until after Nirvana is legalized. Yes, I figured some stuff out. Stop pouting. There was a meeting last year, yes. A private meeting that was to be kept strictly confidential. The IFG met with the old guard to discuss a deal. Fell apart, voices were raised, weapons drawn. I was in the shadows, and I stepped in front of a blade for Makoto. The house elders were perturbed afterwards. They feared for Makoto's safety and perhaps felt that they had grown overconfident. The hound is a useful tool, but not indispensable. They ordered me to guard Makoto full time. Isn't that a great honor, guarding the heir to the headship? Of course it is. And why do you sound like that? You get points for picking up on it, but you need to learn how to take advantage of it. So your deal fell apart, blood was drawn. I kind of assume that was par for the course in your world. It's not unheard of. So why are the old guards still trying to kill you and Makoto a year later? I don't know! I don't know, Morgan. Because I'm not an old guard. Is there someone we could talk to who is? There's always someone. For a price. But if that's how it's gonna go, I'm gonna need a drink first. Ooh. Are we gonna go to the bar? Here to join? What are you talking about? Sorry to disappoint, but I was here first. And that's slow as shit in this wing of the school. No one comes here if they don't have to, so it's a quiet spot to read. Yeah, it is a detective mystery. So what? Like 5% of the books in the library are. Well, it's not like I own the room. If you want to convene your club meetings here with all your many members, I can't exactly sue you. Especially not since you're going to be some big shot lawyer. Join your club so I won't get evicted? Isn't that like blackmail, counselor? Mutually beneficial, sure. So it's just plain old corruption. You'll do just fine out there in the adult world. Whatever. As long as you don't go around telling people I'm a member, you can put me down. Need to add our phone numbers too? No, I don't actually care. Is something wrong? Why would you think that something's wrong? It's very unusual for you to wake up mid-transit. When you decide to nap, you fall asleep very fast and you sleep very deeply. Suspiciously so. Sometimes I'll try to wake you and I could swear you're just pretending. I have no idea what you're talking about. Besides, you're the one who's been quiet. I've been bothering Sosuke, I think. Pestering him about catching bullets. you were bothering Sosuke, he'd say it. Turn to the side in that bitchy pose of his. But I can't catch a bullet either. Even though I'm fast, and I can see fast. Sosuke was the one who acted while I just... Sosuke's trained for that exact kind of thing. Trained for his whole life, the way he tells it. Father built me to be strong. I should be able to... David didn't build you to be anything, Sarah. He didn't even really build you. Just watched you grow. And do you think I am still growing? Still developing? Think I could get taller? I think you shouldn't get your hopes up about that. Come on, you can bounce back faster than that. I'm sorry. Because I am still processing what we saw back in the courtroom. When Detective London took out that shooter. I know that Detective London has been a police officer for many years. It stands to reason that he'd act decisively in circumstances where so many lives are at risk. What I am still thinking about is the man he killed. Yeah, but there's only so much speculating we can do about his motive until... I'm not thinking about his motive. I'm thinking about how he is dead. You haven't been out and about that long. Everything's new to you, even the most ordinary stuff. Guess I forget that includes the extraordinary, too. You've seen violence like that before, then? Yes, I have. Seen people die? Yes, I have. Seen more people die than most your age? Most lawyers? Probably a safe bet. This is a private subject, isn't it? Death is always private. I'm no exception. People ever get used to it? I can only speak for myself. Have you gotten used to it? Every time is like the first. Why think about Emma there? Why think about Emma there? What? What's going through your fucking head, Morgan? That one's a mystery to me. Okay. Death is private. Every time is like the first time. Why would you think about? I hope that everyone is like you then. He doesn't seem like the kind of thing anyone should get used to. Should you get over it, right? That conversation that they had. She's thinking back to the, like, have you gotten used to it? And that's the conversation that she had with Emma about, like, is this something I should get used to? Sorry to disappoint you then. There are no people like me. Okay. I'm understanding. I'm the understander in my understanding. Irashai. What the pleasure of hosting my two favorite girls. One's Sarah. Who's the other? Big in my imagination, apparently. You want something to drink? What do you recommend? I've just got in this case of beautiful tawny deep reds from volcanic soil across the sea. Savory and full with notes of cherry and oak. Sounds delicious. You just described a tree down to the dirt. Tawny deep reds from volcanic soil. Savory and full with notes of cherry and oak. Well, I would very much like to try it. Sorry, you're underage. He's an android. A very realistic one. What did he say to customers who walk in and see her drinking at the counter? Irashai? Of course, that is what he would say. Two waters coming right up. Wait, back up. Your client is the Hound of Ikaria? And I was the last person to find out what that actually means. And it should be easy enough to tell whether he did the deed or not. The Hound always leaves a calling card. So I hear, is that literal? Dark white business card laid neatly on the ground with the house's insignia. I don't understand why the house would go to such lengths to know the victims know who attacked them. These new ability types, their whole lives are galas and boardrooms and cocktail parties and wine tastings. Torture. Where every sentence has a front and back side to it and every glance is a whole unspoken clause. To them, an unambiguous act of violence is an exclamation point that they can't misconstrue. And the Ikaria aren't exactly at the top of the new ability pecking order. Reminding the others that they still got their fangs is a viable strategy. They know they're outclassed in terms of how many mountains of gold they have. That doesn't explain why such a supposedly great assassin has gotten made on more than one occasion. Well, he's probably just doing his job there. If all he needed was to get away with murder, he'd be a poisoner or a sniper. All the major houses love to use body doubles. If he kills a target behind closed doors, their house can just bring out a spare. Or hell, claim the entire thing never happened. But if the Hound kills where a house's rivals can see, the damage sticks. You know a lot about the Neo ability, don't you, boss? Are you considered part of the Neo aristocracy? Do I look like I've got that kind of sway? I don't run a bar in Midtown as a hobby, kid. Wouldn't know it looking at how profitable your wine section is. It'll catch on. The hat was a nasty surprise, but big reveal isn't making anything click for me. A Blue Blood assassin tried to miss him mid-trial. I don't get it either, but the Blue Bloods aren't as rational as they used to be. Used to be? I traded with them a good deal when I was younger, and they were richer. Traded what? Stock tips. Oh. This is before the Ikaria cut them down. I was a young man hungry to establish myself, and the Blue Bloods were the biggest game in town. The Rust weren't even a twinkle in some psychopunk eye back then, and the Ikaria cartel were just that. Drug smugglers and dope runners. The Blue Bloods use them as couriers. A reversal of fortune. Could be their names on opera houses and hospitals all across the city today if what? If Ikaria hadn't killed them all. But didn't they have allies? Connections? The morgues were overflowing with cerulean blood. No one wanted anything to do with them. But they were the victims. Corporate partners are risk-averse. Political alliances require you to bring something to the table. And when you fall that far, that fast, the common folk assume it happened for a reason. They thought that the Blue Bloods deserved it just because it happened to them? All that was left were the old-timers, the grandparents and the great-uncles, all suddenly without heirs. They recruited latchkeys and orphans during the Red Decade. Found family that became the first gens and then the young bloods. What about the money? Starting to sound like a real human. Some of it, the cash, the gold, the jewels, the Ikaria just stole. But the vast majority of it was held overseas, where it was safe, untouchable, and impossible to get your hands on without the right blood. Locked behind GFA. The Blue Bloods managed to get a hit on Sosuke. And that meant he drew blood. Oh no! Carbonated drink spilled all over my lap. 1 million baking sodas for vanilla. That's how that works, right? You put the baking soda on the carbonated drink and then that's how you clean it? I don't know. It's been a while since I spilled a carbonated drink on myself. Not that it doesn't happen. It's usually empty when it does. Very rarely have I... it's like once every 4 years, maybe. I'm very good with that. But this does suck, and I'm very sorry to hear your loss, Vanilla. Unfortunately, the tide of time does not stop for spilt soda drinks. Locked behind GFA. If the Blue Bloods have been going after Makoto for the past year, absentmindedly shook the bottle before opening it. Oh, fuck. That's why cans are best. Just a little bit was enough. Yeah. That's rough. Thankfully, my PC is totally dry. As long as it was just you, and not the thing that's irrevocably damageable by water and liquid and sugar. If Sosuke took a hit in that fight, and the Blue Bloods drew blood, and they tested that, and they realized that Sosuke is actually a Blue Blood, then his GFA could access their money and they could return to power. And that's why they'd be chasing after Makoto for the entire next year, because Sosuke is the bodyguard. Zero sugar, but yeah, aspartame still works the same chemically. So, anyways, getting butchered by the Ikaria was a bad beating, but losing that money was unforgivable. The rest of the Blue Blood Mafia around the world will never accept them back into the fold until they recover it. Exiled from paradise because they tempted fate with their hubris. That has a certain poetic charm to it, no? It would have to be a very sobering poem. The ones you remember, aren't they? Probably why the Blue Bloods are still humming the same old hymns, passing down the same old ghost stories and urban legends. They did seem to be a surprisingly superstitious bunch. Crossing their fingers over the Red Hood and... Hey, what's a Little Lord? It's another one. New spin on one of the oldest tales in the book, A Promised Prince. The belief is that exactly one kid survived the House of the Leaves, the one lone heir to all the fortune the Blue Bloods lost. Got spirited away overseas or out west to be raised in secret, and one day he'll come back to reclaim what's rightfully... I'm guessing you've heard this one before. Is there any truth to it? Old Guard certainly seems to think so. Need to think so. Probably what's keeping them alive. If they can just hold on another 5 years, they'll finally find the heir they've been looking for. They can rectify decades of embarrassment and shame. Thinking like that is what makes Youngblood start thinking about maybe the old guard doesn't care what happens to us. What do they expect? Blood's thicker than water. The original full expression is thought to be the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. That actually suggests that camaraderie between those who fought together is stronger than simply sharing a common relative. Yeah, well, if that were actually true, then maybe people wouldn't have amputated the expression centuries ago. Still, this is 30 years of water, blood covenant if you prefer, that we're talking about. Youngbloods give their life to the Mafia. Each of them had to choose it over their own family. Pretty raw deal to cut him loose just because some sheltered kid, only valuable for his DNA, decided to show up after all these years. Think the old guard would throw away the Youngbloods if it meant reuniting with their little lord? I know it. And so do the Youngbloods. That doesn't seem to be a dynamic that incentivizes them to look very hard for this little lord. No, it incentivizes them to smother the royal bastard. I assume my client is innocent. That means someone else killed Tariq Chopin. Someone who didn't do it in self-defense. You mean the son of the city councilman? Adopted son. His parents are government officials. Even if they're loaded, the Mob Act can't protect all their records. Adopted son? Wait a minute. 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 Now there's two babies that could be the baby that we need to be the baby. What? The baby? We've seen the Mob Act before, but it's, rich people can buy anonymity. Sarah, look this guy up. What do you want to know? Adoption. I want to know about his adoption. His father's adopted him in 2066, after 3 months of visits to Gospel Home orphanages, a private philanthropic institution that is no longer in business. Bankrupt or bought out. Bankrupt. Damn it. If they'd just gotten swallowed, the parent company might have kept their records. The adoption itself was somewhat of an event. There are multiple news articles and photos of it. Not trying to cast doubt on the realness of the connection, but they wouldn't be career politicians if they'd let a photo op that good pass them by. Unless they wanted to draw attention away from who they were adopting, and a child showing up quietly in a politician's life looking guilty of sin, they wouldn't let people think. This isn't useful. I can go in circles all day speculating about this. Age? How old was he? His age is listed as 27, but the entry has been edited a number of times. There's been a great deal of back and forth between database contributors in the last 36 hours over the addition or removal of an asterisk. It seems his original birth certificate was lost. Well, that's shady as hell. Only kinda. Here it comes. If he was an orphan 27 years ago, that's pretty firmly in the red decade. A lot of paperwork was getting lost back then. That's a kind way of putting it. What would be an unkind way of putting it? The governments of the world were scrambling. And his education? Tariq Chopin had a law degree. Who gets a law degree and then becomes a patrol officer? Son of a politician. It's not a bad path. If your superiors know you're connected and smart and can recognize when the law is being broken, they'll keep you far away from anything real. You can coast for a year and then move into politics as a veteran of the force who's hard on crime. London did mention he was far too principled to be likable or reliable. But joining up with the police was nothing but a calculated move. It means he had a clear plan for what to do after. And it probably didn't involve defrauding the city in a real estate scheme. I can think of a few reasons why a cop would get murdered at the scene of a crime like that. But Tariq Chopin wasn't some ordinary cop. The strongest motive that comes to mind is... Wait, you think Chopin was the Little Lord? You're the last person I expect to believe in fairy tales, Red. You honestly say it doesn't fit? If we for a moment assume that unicorns and dragons and Tsuchinokos are real, what do you mean? Tsuchinokos are very well documented. I can show you. Then yeah, it's possible that Chopin was the Little Lord. And if any Youngblood knew it, they'd want him dead. Prevent the old guard from abandoning them. 3 thoughts come to mind. 1, this is all guesswork on your part. Tsuchinoko real, it's true. Even the most zealous Youngblood wouldn't off a guy just because he happened to be about 30 years old and adopted. They would have had to see something that at least suggested it. 2, as I recall, the only Youngblood you know of is this Creek guy. And Creek was dead before Chopin ever entered the building. There's his name pretty handily. The only Youngblood I know. 3, I can think of at least one other group that killed to prevent the Little Lord from reclaiming his throne. House Sikaria. And who better to come down than their most loyal Rook? And that would neatly explain why the old guard would be pissed enough to try and kill Sosuke in a courtroom, unfortunately. Stay positive. Just because the old guard thinks Sosuke killed their precious heir doesn't mean he actually did. Yeah. Hey, Sarah, get some footage of me making this next one from over there in the corner. Us? We'll shoot a promo. I just found this hidden gem where this guy makes the best drink ever, that kind of thing. Where it's kind of cheap and fake, but like you're in on the joke and it's not pretending to be genuine. Boss, with the number of followers Kintsugi has, A video longer than 9 seconds posted at this time of day? I don't want to hear that depressing shit. We'll cross-post to whatever. Stop bad-mouthing my social media strategy. I don't... Come on. Poor bastard. Does it have to be that corner? The lighting will be bad. Any corner. Just make sure it's from a distance. From a distance? Wouldn't it be better framed if it'll look like shaky cam found footage? More legit that way. My hands do not shake, but I'll try. What are you doing? Making you a drink, obviously. Quite the treat. Why? Because we got some heavy shit to discuss. Starts with ice. Oh, man. I do love when we get to see characters from other angles with full CGs. They're so dynamic and so action-packed, and they give, like, a different side of the character that we don't get to see in their sprites. Look at this guy. What do we do with crushed ice at Kintsugi, Sarah? Pick it under the fridge. Exactly. Rock ice or nothing when you're mixing a cocktail. Hang on, you taught her that? There's a drain under there. Not in my kitchen. When the ice melts, it warps the floor. After lime juiced. Pay no attention to the second half I'm using here, Sarah. Red likes it tart. Now you're the lawyer and you got a hell of a mind for all this stuff. Egg white. Toss the yolk unless it's a weekend, in which case, put it in the bowl in the fridge. Seems to me like you're approaching the shooter from every angle but the deadly serious one. Or got. Or go. Or go? Or go? Or get? I'm gonna say or go. No, I need to look it up. Or geet. Or zat? What does Wikipedia have to say? Nope, it doesn't say anything. Okay, here's the Google one.
Orgeat.
Orgeat. Orgeat. But the T is like kind of a little bit almost silent. Okay. All right. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Sorry, I thought you said you went to bed. I was on my browser tab looking at things that happened, and one of the things that happened was subscribe to tier 1. I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't see that notification. It happened this minute? When will OBS catch up? Oh no, what's happening? Welcome and thank you for the subscribe. Sorry. Okay. Or Zat. If a customer says they prefer simple syrup, you let me know and we won't serve them anymore. What is Orzat actually? Orzat? I looked it up, but it was okay, it's a sweet syrup made from almonds and sugar with a little rose water and orange flower water. It's originally a barley almond blend. Okay, so it's a sweet it's the ingredient used in Mai Tai and other tiki drinks. Okay. God have made the decision to subscribe. Well, thank you for your service, Starry. But yeah, I can see why going like, I'm using like real good shit for sweetener, and if you ask me to use simple, I'll kill you. If you consider that maybe the shooter wasn't there for Sosuke. Told you, they kicked me out only after only a few minutes. No one's sending an assassin after me for that. Whiskey, black label or higher. Then shake the hell out of it. The mouth can be deadly down there in the fog. I saw her leaving the building can easily become I saw her running away. Someone want to get me. Courtroom filled with cops would be a pretty shitty place to choose to do it. Yeah, but it might have been the only time and place they knew you'd be. Mint for a garnish with a charred cinnamon for smoky ambiance. Serve immediately. Ooh. A bitter blessing. I'm a founder now. Teehee. So true. Filled with that much lime is a sour blessing. Blessing now? You want me to toss it out? Thank you for the drink. But I'm nobody, Ryan. No one's coming to get me. Nobody even knows I exist. Hope you're right. I am. Won't know if you're wrong until it's too late. Bottoms up. You get all that, Sarah? Yes, boss. Hey, bottoms up is just an expression. You're supposed to sip it for God's... Ah! Bow, bow, bow. Hi, Cinnamon. Hi, Wadey. Hi, Wadey. How's it going? Bleh. Slip of the tongue. What do you think of this guy? This guy's awesome, isn't he? He's great. He's our bartender informant. He's awesome. How was your stream? What were you up to? What were you gaming? Pal World? Pal World. Awesome. Pal World's awesome. Underworld. Okay. I'm clearing out my pings. All right. I hope you had a good stream and take whatever post stream you need to relax and chillax. Getting wrecked by the geneticists. So true. What? I don't know anything about Pal World anymore. Is there new shit? Are they doing genetic? Did they put eugenics in Pal World? Yeah. Yeah, we put this we put this daydream and this other daydream. As often as they cross over, I could see it. Fuck, and then they pull out the spend my nights chasing rats. That if they could get some of those songs, that'd be awesome. You know, put that on the fucking jukebox. Man. Now, what they do is they would have a crossover. They would also have a crossover with eugenics where they put in Daydream as a type of cat you could breed. I should maybe get it at some point, eugenics. Maybe, someday, one day, maybe. Anyways. One last thing. Apparently, Sosuke's captors talk about some kind of huntsman. His little lord's an urban legend. Huntsman's a goddamn boogeyman. Orca's shooting the shit around burning tires, trying to make the noobs afraid to go off and piss by themselves. Right, so they're bullshit. But I got the same answer elsewhere, but... Oh, they're very real. Pardon? Huntsman. Not a species native to our shores, but thank God, but they're real. You said that they're boogeymen. Yeah, and the fact that they exist is what makes them so damn scary. Are they some sort of assassin, like Bresson, the shooter in the courtroom? Nothing so concrete. Huntsmen are virtual shapeshifters. You feel a chill down your spine one night on your way home from work. Go to sleep. Wake up at night to a man wearing your own face choking the life out of you. Probably calls your mom from your locked phone across the room in your own voice. Eh. But like I said, they're all overseas in more contested parts of the world where the blue bloods are better funded. You wouldn't pay for one of them to come into the country unless you had a really good use case or a weapon only they could take full advantage of. Well, I'll be sure to pass that on to Sosuke. Why, so Sosuke can start writing his will? I wouldn't bet against him so long as he knows what he's up against. Urban legends are missed, but boogeymen are easy to kill. How do you kill a boogeyman? They might kill anyone else. With pleasure. Fucking love Morgan and everything she does. She's farming aura in her mind every day. The guys who made the Pal Juicer. Also Daydream, so good. So good. All right. I actually need a recommendation from you. What, a kind of recommendation? My cat does not care that my clothes are soaked in carbonated drink. Oh, no. Lap time I get? Oh, no. All right, idiot. Guess what time it is for you? Bath time. Oh, no. I've made a terrible mistake. A bar, I think. Needs to be open tonight. Oh. What are you looking for? Well, it's not for me, but how much do you know about host clubs? Oh, no. Hey, guys? Hey, guys? Hey, guys? Why is he a Catboy? Hey, guys? Catboy Host Club? Hey, guys? Cyberpunk Catboy Host Club? Guys? What the hell is that supposed to mean? That's what I said. You can't enter the crime scene until you pass your security clearances. You've got to be... You're a drug-pushing lowlife. Why would I need your permission to go anywhere? I take offense to that. You've never worked in pharma. Han, not the time to be a smartass. Reyes, it'll only take 30 seconds. You're serious? This is reality? The city's expecting blue bloods to keep a crime scene secure. They're the ones committing the goddamn crimes! Hey, if that's the criteria, half the police force should be disqualified. Or is excessive force not a real crime? Are battered spouses not real victims? Guess assault's only assault when it's a real person on the receiving end. Dianis is legitimate, Reyes. All the paperwork's in order and signed by our bosses. These idiots are walking around barehanded and knocking shit over and leaving trash all over the goddamn place. Should we give them badges while we're at it? Let them investigate crimes too? We already investigate crimes. Do you have any idea how many missing teens there are in the lower wards? No, because we actually give a shit about the people who live down here. Oh, and I'm sure your prices are very generous. Better their parents get a bill from us than a letter of condolences from you. So sorry, man, but he looks suspicious as he's running away. Han, not helping. Reyes, let's calm down. Sorry that I'm not calm when we've got actual orcas stomping all over the scene where a cop was murdered. Last I counted, there were 5 bodies upstairs. Are both your eyes broken, or are you just not recognizing anyone without a badge as human? Perhaps we've come at a bad time? Nothing for it, gotta strike while the iron's hot. Iron seems very hot in this instance, Adonai. Sorry to interrupt, folks. Don't mind me, I'll just go take another look upstairs. Now hey, why not? You nearly died once already today. Why not let these orcas give you the tour? Was that you giving me permission? No! You and London should both be at a goddamn hospital or whatever, getting debriefed. She doesn't need your permission. She has mine. Ma'am, you can go right ahead upstairs. Talk over me again, and I'll break your finger. Is that ad recording right now? That sounded like a threat. You want to hear a threat? Clearly, this isn't gonna work. So, Han, why don't you head upstairs and wait for Morgan? I don't take orders from you. Who do you take orders from? Want me to give them a call? Let them know you're going around kicking hornets' nests and scratching your head over why everyone's getting stung? Whatever. If you could just walk away after the shit you said, turn around and take a walk, sunshine. London, if you think for even one... I'm not kidding, Farah. Take a walk. Forget it. You can all go to hell for all I care. No, not you. Obviously not you, Sarah. You didn't do anything wrong. You're just sitting here, being a wonderful little friend as always. Obviously, I don't hate you. Some people. God's sake. Sorry about the bad timing. Nah, that was gonna blow up no matter what. Sarah did nothing wrong ever. Situations like this require compromise, and Reyes is uncompromising. At least you're around to balance her out. You might be the most compromised cop I've ever met. That was not a very nice thing to say. And it shows that you haven't met that many cops. I'm surprised you're still welcome around here after what happened in the courtroom. Oh, Bresson. The Blue Bloods are a big organization, and Bresson was pretty firmly on the other side. Gals like Han who work in the gray areas might as well live in a different world. If you say so. I just didn't think the Mafia would allow the death of one of their own to go unanswered. They sent him into a courtroom packed with police with a modded arm that only had one shot. I don't think they're surprised he didn't make it back. Ah! What the fuck? Hey, what the fuck? Rory! What are you doing? It's 1 a.m. on Morgan Mondays and you're gifting spy gifts. What the fuck? Well, welcome in. Volley, Super Tiger Fox, Hans Goober, The Dark Third 3, and Stray Ray? Is that how that works? God damn it. Welcome in. I was kept awake doing Garbota recording. This mom sucks. Rory, how come you keep doing Pokemon highlight videos on Pokemon that suck? Rory is a low tier champion, a herald of the low tiers. Umbreon was okay. This mon actually. Oh no. Okay, but can it explode? Is my question. My question is, can it blow up and act like you don't know nobody? That's my question. Yeah, and give points away. Right. Yeah. Shame. They should let they should let Garbodor explode, and when they plus it, it's the entire map and everyone dies. But you get 3 points. Unless you mega or swap to dodge it. But yeah, he'd still be back. Damn it! Damn it! Anyways, I don't think they're surprised he didn't make it back. Will Detective Reyes be alright? She seemed angry. More so than usual. Yeah, she'll be alright. Blown up, yelling, cursing. That's nothing. Practically healthy. It's the ones who go quiet you gotta worry about. What brings you back here, anyway? We're pursuing leads. Sounds serious. Without Chopin? Anyone go digging at Chopin up for my implications earlier yesterday? Lady Rockford would probably take it seriously, if only to cross it off the list, but other than her, I think you mostly just piss people off. Lucky for you, I was able to convince some techs to confirm your soundproof windows theory, but don't expect to be welcome at City Hall anytime soon. Hadn't counted on it. Whatever else he's innocent of, Chopin did get here before anyone else, and no one knows how. Look, if you really did get some kind of coded message or secret text, there's no trace of it in any comm log on his personal devices. And it didn't come from any of the tech we've examined on site. Have you found any secret passages on the premises? Afraid not, little lady. Dang. But maybe you'll have better luck than me. 200 point! They are effectively soundproof when closed. Perfect. Secret passages? In what world? Anyways, your testimony? Was that your whole story back in the courtroom? You and Reyes happen to be in the area? You don't want to take my word for it. Reyes will tell you the same thing. Doesn't seem like she'd want to talk to Adonai at the moment. Can you tell me exactly what you two saw when you arrived? 1099 went out around 10:15 telling us that Chopin's heart has stopped. We dashed across the street to an elevator. We were descending at 10:17 when Rogers reported that he was dead. At 10:21 p.m., we approached from the front of the building, saw the door ajar, lock blown in, and Sunshine and I started clearing the first floor. He didn't hurry up to the third where the dead cop was. Like I testified, Chopin had flatlined, and his own partner confirmed it was no false alarm. We knew he couldn't do anything for him. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so SOP as we focus on securing the area and clearing the premises. How level-headed. The Officer Rogers we saw in the court today really did take Sosuke down all by himself? Yeah, charged and pistol-whipped him right on the head. I assume we found that the first floor was in fact clear. Yeah, all these vaults were empty. You didn't wait for Cyanus to show up with spare keys? Surprised you didn't throw your back out kicking down doors. Sunshine helped. Besides, they weren't all locked. They weren't? Yeah, I remember that. That one right there was unlocked. Room 107. Ooh! Nothing inside there either, though. Guess the Blue Bloods missed a lock on a nightly roundup or something. Cyanus had unlocked every door at the building at this point. When I first walked down this hallway and when I walked out the front door later, how did this hall look then? If you do manage to find some kind of silent alarm, I'll be impressed. If you prove that Chopin was dirty, I'll be floored. But even then, how the hell are you going to convince a jury that anyone other than Sosuke killed him? It'll be difficult without accounting for the 4 dead Blue Bloods as well. But if you take it all in as one set, it starts seeming plausible as an internal issue, don't you think? What are you... You want to pitch this at the Young Bloods and the Old Guard going at it? Over what? The juicy debate that Chopin literally died over. Proposition 492. What's there to disagree about? That product would put money in everyone's pockets. My theory is correct, and Chopin was killed because the Young Bloods didn't want the Old Guard abandoning them. The Old Guard would have always hedged their bets on the Little Lord returning. Does that mean the Red Ink plans to profit off Prop 492 or a Youngblood conspiracy? Those papers were tucked inside Creek's safe before I arrived. Well, good hunting. You won't be joining us? Not this time. I gotta go pump the brakes on Sunshine before she finds a bar. Try not to piss off the Blue Bloods with any more wild accusations while I'm gone. I would never. Take care. And that goes doubly for you, Sparky. What does Sparky mean, by the way? It's a nickname, because you're so bright. A nickname! But I guess people are always calling you ads whatever they like, huh? Sorry, I should have asked first. What do you mean? I'll just call you Sarah. But it's my nickname. You gave it to me. You can't just take it back. Well, okay then, Sparky. What the hell? Did you hate Spearmint that much? That is. I would never want to see him ungrateful. It was just a nickname, Sarah. Come on. I love Sarah. Sarah is fantastic, and we love her. Seems like the smell's starting to fade. Barely even the memory of blood now that so many feet have trodden through here. Nothing lasts forever. Hassan? What? No, I already called you this morning. No, they're not. No, they're not. You're being paranoid. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I'll call you tonight. Bye. Didn't mean to interrupt another lover's quarrel. What? Oh, no, that was... Dementia meds aren't working. They get confused this time of day. Sorry. Forget it. That's what I'm gonna do. Gonna turn my phone off for a minute and forget. Cute Android, by the way. So what's up? There's a couple ways of going about this, but none of them are surefire. Might as well start out being big and see if there's anything to this theory. Do the Blue Bloods use silent alarms? Yeah, of course. Thank you for telling us. Sure. I'm actually going to need a bit more than that, Miss Han. It's just Han. Did Creek have a silent alarm? He's hesitating all of a sudden. Is she unsure of the answer? Did she just give her first answer without thinking about where it would lead? Nothing like that installed in the building. Arcs would have chewed it up and spit it out by now. The Arcs is not flawless. It can miss things. Look, you seen the level of tech we Blue Bloods have? It's secure, but it ain't subtle. True. An Orca-run security firm won't have quite as much luck hiding the subsystems from the police as David Escher did, Sarah. But the Arcs can miss things that aren't tech at all. A silent alarm that's analog? Let me know if you figured that one out. Either an alarm is analog and loud or digital and silent. They don't mix. He's defensive, but her logic is sound. Approaching it from the other angle, then. How could an analog silent alarm possibly function? Literal alarm, but one that can't be heard. Under normal circumstances. What a horrible smell in here. Like a dog whistle. You once bragged to me about your sense of smell. I don't think I was bragging. Could have sworn you puffed your chest out at the time. It doesn't matter. If I asked you to sniff something out, could you find it? And what would you like me to look for? I still don't have a clear picture of what happened after I left, but there's one thing I know should be here that hasn't turned up once yet. The knife. Right, I'm the only one who knows about the knife. And while I don't know where it went, I do know it had plenty of blood on it when I last saw it. I want you to smell for blood. Adonai, do you really need me to help you find blood in here? I'm not asking you to sniff in here. I want you to smell out the window. I'll try. There are many strong smells in this part of the city, Adonai. There is something truly unpleasant as well. Something beneath this fire escape. Okay? Now go fetch. You could ask nicely. Wait, Sarah? Yes? That's a very old, rusted fire escape. Take the stairs. You're too heavy. As you command, Adonai. Un instant. Several minutes later, Sarah returned, looking worse for wear and seemingly in a bad mood. Did the weight comment bother her that much? Adonai, I do not like digging through trash. It is not a dignified way to investigate. Digging in people's trash is the basis of all good investigation. Easy for you to say when you're wearing a white. Did you find something? Yes. My knife, and it's charred? I found it amongst the ashes of a blackened steel drum below the fire escape. It seems to have been the site of a fire. That sounds familiar. Wasn't there a barrel burning in the alley when I first scoped the place out? There were signs of a chemical flame retardant being applied to the barrel. Police must have put the fire out when they first secured the scene. I mean, the knife wasn't in a fire all night, but still. There does indeed appear to be blood on this knife, Adonai. How did both the police and Cyanus miss it? Their noses aren't as good as yours, evidently. That is true. But they have drones and dogs for this kind of thing. Yeah, but they have to actually use them. They'd have no reason to search the vicinity for a bloody knife if they found a sword sticking out of a corpse's midsection. Shall we ask the police to check for fingerprints? Fingerprints are mostly oil and sweat. Fire evaporates them both. Then you have to test and see whose blood is on that knife. But DNA is damaged by heat as well. You know, before DNA analysis, blood had another forensic use. You mean blood typing? The DNA on the knife might be too damaged, but modern analytical tools should be able to at least identify blood typing. That could work, Adonai. Could it? Could that work? I feel like your blood type is determined by the type of immune system receptors on the outside of your cells. Right? I'm pretty sure. Let me pull up Google one more time. Blood type. Modification. Inherited antigenic substances in the surface of red blood cells. Right, okay. Right. So, the thing is, your blood type is only visible on your red blood cells, right? But there's still antigenic markers those markers are still just, proteins, carbs, glycoproteins, or glycolipids. Okay, so it's fat, protein, carbs, and fats, proteins, and carbs, depending on the blood group type, blood group system. Some of these antigens are present in the types of cells. Proteins denature at high temperatures, at temperatures outside of their operating ranges, and that includes being on fire. I feel like you have a better chance at the DNA than the blood type. I feel like they're both incorrect about how this would work. Anyways, great. Ready to get started? Arden? You were capable of recognizing my DNA, weren't you? When we first met? Yes, but... So why don't you try out your hand at analyzing blood type? It's gotta be simpler, right? It might be, but Adonai, to analyze the blood on this knife, I'd have to use my... Pretend it's a lollipop or something. It's blood. Well done, blood. It'll taste like beef. You don't know what human blood tastes like. Of course I don't. Look, the fire sanitized it, probably. Just get it over with. I will reference this incident next time we discuss raises, Adonai. Fine by me. Because that's never happening. Analyzing flavor profile. Analysis complete. What have you got? There's blood from more than one person present. Mostly B negative, I believe, with some AB negative around the hip. All right, now I can cross-reference that with the rest of the data I have. Thank you for the report, Sarah. You give me a new lead to follow. Everyone's profiles does come with their blood type, doesn't it? The one person we know got stabbed with this knife was the B negative on Miller. Now, who's A positive? Would it possibly be Chopin? He's A positive. What did you just say? It was AB negative around the tip? But AB negative could just be A mixed in with B negative. As long as it... Yeah. So who would have A or AB negative? Can I just scroll through the profiles this way? I cannot. Okay. Chopin was here. He was A positive. That doesn't track. Greek was O negative. That doesn't track. On O negative doesn't track. London B positive doesn't track. Makoto A negative doesn't track. Wait, yes it does. It could possibly be Makoto's. Masters. It could be Masters, I fucking guess. Positive, no. Can you have a negative kid if you're positive? This looks like Makoto's mom, but could just be like aunt resemblance, something like that. Whatever. Morgan, AB negative. That's my blood. Yay! I didn't get any blood in this fucking knife, did I? Ray is egg negative. That counts. Sosuke, AB negative. Okay, that counts. Ray, O positive. Tanks, A negative. Okay, whatever. Yes, Adonai. And you just made your first forensic contribution to an ongoing criminal investigation. How many androids can say that? Come on, we've got some boxes to tick. My knife. Mass-produced, medium-sized combat knife sold at a wide variety of outdoors or hunting vendors. Bears clear signs of blood. Last time I'll ever leave something important with Sosuke. How the hell did it end up outside? Okay, so it's not just... they're being specific about it being B negative and AB negative. Though I feel like they could have been a little bit more specific about A positive blood because, you know. I know how the donor thing means that, like, if you donate... whatever, I don't care. I've lost caring. Read. Writing protocol, design to make data difficult to physically redistribute. Couldn't anyone just take out their phone and snap a picture of the pages? It seems that some of the responding officers attempted to. The ARC shows that they failed. And some fancy ink. What do you see when you look at the pages, then? No more detail than you do, I'm afraid. Strange, isn't it? They went to such lengths to protect this information, and yet these papers were left out where Officer Chopin or anyone could read them. They weren't left there by Creek. I took the documents out of his safe so I could reach the mask, and I must have left them out on the desk afterwards. Read? Is this evidence? It's a piece of crap some crime scene tech left behind. Nothing relevant about it. Yes, you're right. It's just displaying a news article they must have been reading. Apparently, they've arrested the Heartbreak Killer. This is Copycat. Yes, the Heartbreak Killer's Copycat, and it seems... Just let me skim it for myself. The suspected Heartbreak Copycat foiled arrested. An individual suspected of terrorism arrested. State investigators. The suspect whose identifying information has not been released to the public was apprehended in the midst of preparing their attack, having already loaded a firearm and several magazines of ammunition into their vehicle. I commented on whether the firearm when question was properly tagged, but instead, with close ties to the investigation, claimed that the weapon itself was not what led to the arrest. We had an troubling pattern of net activity in the days leading up to the arrest, concerning searches and attempts to access old net portals. Suspects had already been on our radar by that point, so when they posted that manifesto, we were able to quickly secure a warrant for their arrest. The alleged manifesto in question consists of what was at the time a publicly accessible online document praising Heartbreak's hardline stance against neoliberal corporate soft power and listing a number of Hanami Robotics. An announcement made that the last earnings call to begin moving manufacturing jobs offshore. Their stock price steadily increased in the days after, reflecting optimism that the product would just be better. Because it's not tied to national politics. When the arrest was first made, no clear connection was found, but the CFO has since been seen speaking at an investor conference at the hotel within 50 kilometers of the residence, suggesting a possible target. The takeaway here is that terrorist acts like this are easily caught, easily prevented, and there's no standing risk to the public, said lead investigator Kennings in his official statement to the press. And any dissidents out there thinking they're the next Heartbreak just because you bought a gun, you'll be caught, you will be prosecuted, and your hero won't be far behind. Hanami Robotics is... Denouncing in the strongest terms, rising violence and thanking investors for the action. Select portion shareholders received messages clarifying Hanami's global market strategy and reaffirming their commitment to their workers was to their customers and shareholders. Whether this is indicating the reversal of the decision to relocate manufacturing jobs overseas, like what you're reading, does it change how you feel about Hanami Robotics? What if you could access stories like this hours or even days before the rest of the public? With a Premier account, you'll have access to all our updates on the business world as soon as they hit our desk. Remember, that's not insider trading, that's forerunner trading. Shut the fuck up. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. Ugh. Seems like Heartbreak isn't going away no matter what happened to the original. There's so many, like, you can force yourself to ignore it, but that's not media literacy. So it would seem. Check. Our client Sosuke, according to Rogers, this is how he found him. Thrusting the sword into Chopin. Or merely trying to retrieve it. Had a huge improvement there. He really was found in a terrible state, wasn't he? And that was before the police gave him his cop killer welcoming. And Sarah, bring up the medical files on Sosuke. I want to go over everything we know about how he looked when Rogers arrested him. What specifically? Wound patterns? How exactly was he injured? His left hand was broken. He had internal bleeding throughout his torso, bruising and rope burns on his wrist where he was bound, contusions all over the interior side of his body, and he also sustained a large blunt force trauma wound on the back of his head. The biggest wound was to the back of his head? I guess if he fell backwards to the ground. And there was also a small cut on his left hand. How small? He cut himself in the kitchen. Wasn't expecting a metaphor there, but it's effective enough. And the blood analysis? He was covered in blood, right? Were samples taken for analysis? The blood on his torso and head was all his own. He got some of Chopin's blood on him while he was face down, being cuffed by Officer Rogers. He also had a great deal of Trey's blood on his feet and pant legs. Any other questions about our client's arrest, Adonai? Not unless there are some crime scene photos you've been holding out on me. I'm afraid not. How is it that I'm the only one who made an effort to preserve the crime scene? Anchor Tan. Supposedly he was the first to die. Logically, he had to have been. He's the one who had the gun. If an attacker got it away from him, they must have done so first. Yes, I can see that the gun is registered to him. Right, registered. Who the hell would look at that guy with that gun and just nod him along? Girl officers TC and HR 1 week ago. Wait! It was them that passed up? Them that... TC and HR? Tariq Chopin and Huey Rogers? Batch numbers match. It seems like they detained Anchor Tan briefly during a stop and frisk and found this gun on him. Finding a gun like this on anyone with priors during a stop and frisk At the very minimum, that's ground for 28 days detainment. Why'd they just let him go? Is it possible that he was a criminal informant? If he was a CI, they wouldn't have even logged the incident. And besides, patrol officers don't have their own CIs. And perhaps they let him go for some other reason. Because they'd already gotten what they wanted from him. Make sure to copy the file of that stop and frisk report. Right away. Fucked up. Who would have thought? That this is where they found Creek's body. He was the only one who didn't die instantly. If anyone had a chance to use the silent alarm, no, he must have been paralyzed between the time he was shot and his actual expiration. They weren't paralyzed. What do you mean? If they had been paralyzed, Yumi would have noted that in her autopsy. That's true. But he just sat there limp the whole time, didn't even try to move. He was laying dead. Letting me think he couldn't move so I wouldn't notice his... Was anything found in his hands, anything at all? It doesn't seem like it. They weren't holding something by the time they got the body to the morgue. If he had been holding something but dropped it when he died. Help me look. For what? Anything small enough to fit in the palm of your hand. Hang on, what's this? What was that? Did you just jump? I was merely surprised by that sound, Adonai. What sound? I just brushed against this little toy thing. You can hear it? I can. It is not exactly pleasant on the ears. Could any android hear it, or is this some special feature David gave you? I'd imagine any android or robot or electronic device with modern features could pick up this tone. Maybe I should close the window before I test it anymore and start torturing all the dogs in the neighborhood. Closing the window would not matter. It's soundproof, though. But the specific frequency of this tone is not in your audible spectrum to begin with. Right. But do you really think Creek was toying with this nuisance maker in their final moments? The silent alarm has been found! That about wraps it up here. Wraps it up in here. Miss Han, since Ionis is technically in charge of securing the crime scene, what should we do with this? Do with what? Adonai, please refrain from pressing that button any more than necessary. Sorry, Sarah, I can see you don't like it. Miss Han's phone doesn't seem to like it either. It's just Han. And I don't know what you're talking about. I get messages all the time. Han, ma'am, if you could just please admit it so she stops pressing that. Fine! Whatever, yes, you found one of our alarms. Pretty clever system. Not really, it's just an app. You set the frequency and get a note if the app picks it up. The range? A couple kilometers. Thanks for clearing that up. I'll have you here, though. Exactly how fast did you show up to the scene of the crime? Pardon? This is a blue blood neighborhood. Do you really expect people to believe that cops lumbered their way here faster than any of you could? What exactly are you trying to say? Yeah, I'm tuned to that frequency, but I'm tuned to a lot of frequencies. It's a good way of communicating without the Megs or the pigs listening in. So you didn't get this alarm on the night of the incident? Didn't even know it went off that night. You got proof it did? Can you explain how else Officer Chopin could have gotten here? Nah, not my job to either. Is it your job to come to a fellow Blue Blood's aid when they're desperately calling for help? I didn't know Creek like that. I didn't say Creek was the one who had this. I saw where you were poking around, the head of the pod. I assumed. Creek's a stranger to me, even though you're both Youngbloods. What? I'm guessing that's what the tattoo means. Neither of you make much effort to hide it. It is plainly visible, even in their autopsy photos. You... No idea what this ink means! Would you tell us what it means? Blood bag. What? The old guard use you as donors. Gangsters live a life of drugs, smoking, drinking, and back alley mods, and end up with livers and kidneys that look like charred steak. Who would have guessed? Got no children because he could have killed them all. Can't get on the donor list because they're geriatric reviled crime lords. So what do? Hey kid, want to be a gangster? Let me see if you got what it takes. Hold still, I'd prick your finger. We tattooed our torsos, because even if you mod off all 4 limbs, you'll still pump clean plasma. Every drop an indicator of quality. And I'm a universal donor, so I got 3. AAA graded. Just like me. And Creek? Save it for the trial, lady. Are we done here, you think? Not quite. Emma's argument is that Sosuke didn't escape from here. He was brought out into the other rooms to be questioned, and then he broke free. I know that's not true. Sosuke would have been stuck here until the police arrived and had handed him the magus to, well, frame him. And the knife, also to frame him. But secondarily, so that he could cut himself free from his bindings. Uncomfortable, very. Those bloody rags there? Remember what Sosuke told us when we first met? That he was bound in here the whole time until his bad Samaritan came along? And gave him a knife? Now we know what knife he was talking about. And now I want to know whose blood this is. The blood on the bindings? It would have to belong to Sosuke, wouldn't it? Oh, the other bodily fluids in this room do. Probably. But I need to know. You've already done it once. What's one more time? One more time will surely make me sick. Please, Adonai, let us ask one of the Cyanus employees on standby to analyze it. They have a record for very fast turnaround on DNA tests, I promise. I could show you customer reviews. That's right, Cyanus does DNA testing. Typically, paternity tests is part of their private investigative services. But they have been assigned assisting the police with DNA analysis around the scene. I will flag the bindings to be analyzed. Wait, I have already made the request, Adonai. If you insist on making me test the binding myself now, you will only be upsetting my stomach to satisfy your own impatience. Fine. I'm going to cite this as the next time we discuss a raise. Yeah, there's a shithole in here, though, huh? I agree with your sentiment, if not your choice of words. It feels like a cruel place. Does it? I didn't notice. What is it? Was there something we missed in here, Adonai? No, not in here. The windows. They were closed when Creek was shot, still closed when Chopin and Rogers arrived on site, but they were open by the time Rogers got to this room. I use that contradiction to argue for the presence of a third party. Guess someone must have opened them. To go down the fire escape? And then what? They must have dropped down to the alley and ran away, right? Yeah, that's one option. What's the other? That they dropped down into the second floor room. Would it kill them to do some sweeping around here? I guess that would be the contaminating the crime scene at this point. Brimstone! But then what the hell do all these cops and Cyanus chumps actually do? Lean on walls and screw around on their phones? I think you're being a bit harsh in your assessment, but you aren't alone in your criticism. Detective Reyes had much to say about how Cyanus employees were not wearing gloves and knocking over trash. If they had picked up trash, they'd be removing evidence. The arcs would light up. Adding trash, though. Adonai? Help me look through this. Garbage again? Already? Just start looking. Any of it requires DNA analysis. Wait, there. Red. I don't smell any blood. Not blood. Ink. A torn page of the Redding documents. With what looks like a shoe print on it. Shall we try and match it to samples? Good luck. Cops and security types all wear the same kind of boots. On top of which, 99 out of 100 shoes in the city are made by the same two Megs. But if the print isn't useful, that just leaves out the actual text, and that... looks like the letters will all run through the wash a couple dozen too many times. Well, it isn't particularly informative, and I don't understand exactly how this clue fits in with everything else we've seen. But doesn't this seem important? How could it have been lying here neglected this whole time? Nah, princess, I'll have to call you right back. Of course, wouldn't dream of it. Come on, you know me. What'd you find there? More dead men's garbage? Keep it up and you girls are gonna make me look bad. Happy to be of assistance. So would you like to add this to the arcs or should I? Well, seems like you got momentum going, so... please don't let me get in your way. You don't wear gloves on the job, Miss Han? It's just Han, but you already know that. You probably also know that they don't really make them in my size. So if we found your fingerprints in here on those windows or even upstairs... oh man, I'd be pretty embarrassed. You almost always get rated 5 stars. So did you need me to walk you out? I'll be fine, thanks. Suit yourself. Just be careful you don't get lost. Sun'll be going down soon. Be hard to find your way back in the dark. Yeah, okay. The idea's starting to look like a pretty safe bet. Your theory that Chopin was assassinated is an attack on the old guard? But how can we confirm it? We still haven't met anyone from the old guard. Though even if we had, it occurs to me they would be reluctant to speak with Sosuke Ikuya's legal team. Don't be so pessimistic. The enemy of my enemy is usually willing to at least talk. And talk is where I do all my best work. Where do we look then? Still got the address boss gave us? The Host Club! Oh man. Ugh. The thing is, this is a great stopping point. Blue blood territory. Hey there, tall, red, and mysterious. I can't. It's getting too close. It's getting too late. Yeah. Gotta call it here. Copycat arrested, and the mag. The report. Violation of parole, firms modification, suspect communications software installed on personal phone. Subject released with warning, personal discretion without prejudice. Scrap of paper. Common brute type. Was Mr. Disregarded previous sweeps of the building that dismissed trash. Having been exposed to natural humidity for some time, the red ink is already illegible, but a watermark remains visible in the corner. Cyanus. Cyanus. That's the logo for Cyanus. The whistle. Okay. Let's save it again. We'll go back to the title screen. Good fucking work today, gamers. You did a lot. You're so fucking eepy. Let's keep the raid train going. Let's see who's live. Let's see who we can bug this crime of night even. Ah! Big Shank! I can't believe this. You would do this? You do this to a an Andromeda about to sleep? One Big Shinks for the road. Okay, I guess. Let's raid Kaide. Kaide's playing Code Vein. Good night, Big Shinks. Everyone say hi to Kaide, though. We'll start this raid. All right. Thank you all so much for coming by and hanging out while we continue to game through Of the Devil Episode 2. This game is so good. I love it so much. And I hope everyone has a good rest of your evening. Wednesday, we'll be doing more Your Turn to Die. We'll get into Chapter 1, Part 2. Part 2. And Friday, we'll do more Monster Hunter. There's some insane new shit that's being added, like a 10-star Zoshia. It'll be great. It'll be great. All right. Thank you again. I hope you have all have a good night. And good night. Bye. Bye. Maybe.